Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon. Oh yeah, just tune to Spoon and you will know. Spoon will tell you what is happening in Liberia, what is happening in Africa. If you want to get the news updates, you want to know what the happenings are across the country, just tune to Spoon. I'd like to welcome all of you tonight to this edition of Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Colette. We're here live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and on several other frequencies across the country. Thanks to Voice of Liberia 104.1 for always relaying the program. And thanks to our partner radio stations across the country that are always making it possible for Liberians across the country to get the news, get the updates in real time. So my name is Nelson Colette, and we're live across the internet. We're on Super TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook. We're also on Spoon TV on Facebook. You can find us on YouTube, and our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. I want to appreciate all of you for joining us tonight. Kindly share the show as you join us. It doesn't matter where you're joining from. You can always watch or listen to Spoon Talk. Daniel Tante, thanks for joining us from Tinkers Village. Diamond David, thanks for joining us from Conga Town, Peace Island. Peter Topa, we appreciate you for joining. Cooper Passaway. Cooper Passaway has dismantled his reading room. He's no longer calling from the reading room. It is the Cooper Passaway. Welcome. Let me just say thanks for joining us, Diamond David. We appreciate you. Philip Bala, thanks for coming on tonight. Mr. Bala Perakimba, thanks for coming on as well. We appreciate all of you joining us tonight. Let me just say is joining from Margibi County, Kakata to be precise. And we have Otello Swa. Yes, Otello Swa is joining us tonight. He didn't say where exactly he's joining us from, but we want to welcome Otello Swa. Thanks for joining us tonight. So let's have a good show tonight. Spoon Talk is loaded. Lots of great information coming your way. Tonight on this edition of the program, as we always do, we dedicate the first segment of the program to you. So you get to speak out, you get to voice your concerns on the different happenings across the country. Maybe your observations on some very important issues you think worth highlighting. You want to get the attention of the policymakers to some of those issues that are major concerns. You can do just that. You can do so by calling 0555-101075. That's the number to call, and you'll be live tonight. 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program Spoon Talk. Let's go to the phone lines. Take our first caller here. This person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Hello. Okay, seeing we have some issues connecting this person. Then we will have to make this quick adjustment, and let's see if this works. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Good evening to Spoon FM family, and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia.
Good evening to you, sir. It's good to have you on. Please say your name and just go straight to the point,
good
sir.
Good evening to you, brother Nancy Poulet. The need remain constant and functional EF command once again. Back to our Spoon Network talk show tonight. Tonight, I will directly speak to President Joseph Numa Boakai and his alignment and his retainers. Okay. President Boakai campaign during 2023, he told the Liberian people that when he becomes president, children will not be sitting in the street during school hours. And today activities, the increase of the kids today in the street, they are more than ever before. Children are not in school because it's no job for the parents to be able to work and empower their children to go to school. And then President Boakai, 80+ year old man, we said to be president, 81 years, that he's celebrating with Labrador for taxpayer money, where Mabenu, Matewa, etc. are not in school. But remember, 2029, October 10, history will judge you.
Thank you.
I will tell the government of the Republic of Labrador, you are one-time president because you have failed massively with your promises.
Thank you.
Yesterday, you spoke about, today you have almost stated beyond all utmost surprise.
Thank you very much for your input tonight, Fanso A.S. Kamara. We appreciate you. This person, hello, your name and where you calling from? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Let's see if we get this person. Hello?
Yeah, that's what I was. Adama Kane to say what?
Yeah, Adama, it's good to have you on. What's happening here? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
My name is Dad Akbai. I come from things here.
What's on your mind, sir?
The thing that is on my mind is that every time I hear, I don't know why the CEO, someone CEO, Mr. Southern, what I say, accusing people of being corrupt. Especially on the show last night when I watched it, we were putting on the speakers picture as referring to him as corrupt. I don't know why he's just speaking like a layman in the street. Has the speaker ever been found guilty in any court of competent jurisdiction of corruption? I don't think Satan should be saying that. He's the one who has been found liable for criminal activity.
All right. Thank you very much for your input
I know
tonight.
you don't want me talking about it too much because Satan should stop that. He is the one who is corrupt. He's
all right. Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you.
Nothing. Kribaba. Go TV. Go get together.
Thank you for your input tonight, Sabu. We appreciate you. Thank you for your input tonight. Let's hold it there. Take this person. Hello, your name.
Yeah, how are you? This Alama Kane just said what I saw on my money feeling.
Okay,
nothing. The only thing that on my mind, I advocate for Black Friday, but now it's not coming. That the government or now government say, tell what the man your friend man, they forget their name. Come on, and the other man, I talk to them for quality and food and small care. Let me go make it fun. They found people for all nothing, including you. I need them $1 go to school in next year. I beg you. Yeah. I hold your food. That's the only thing that on my mind now because I draft here. When I make fun time next year, they can be advocating for my Black Friday.
Right,
but in the meantime, let me make fun. Let me go back to the soul, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. You can keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm Maboloko calling from Major Highway.
Go ahead, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I beg you. I want you to tell Adam, man. He said Joseph Baker first one. Say let you go to Joseph Baker for Joseph Baker to buy for it. I don't want you to do him. Only making a babyshin and be making a session. Yeah, it 2 days before your father president, and you passing around, you asking people to be buying you call it to go make fun. Things that you start playing fun about it.
Thank you for your input tonight. 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, nothing. I just left the line. There is a voice for Sabu rap. Nothing. I joined the show from Point 4 in Zimbabwe.
Sabu, go ahead.
Yeah, nothing. Why on my mind to nothing. I want to talk to Nyombli Kanga Lauren and Jeremiah Kontone. Look, nothing. I beat on Joseph Boga. Let me beat on Nyombli and Jerry tonight. Look, Jerry, Nyombli, and they in our place, people saying that we got 3 branches of government, but the top of coordinator. But Nyombli and Jerry, because you're left money and corrupt, so you're putting people into a fund. Look, that branch of government, you see one of the 1st branch of government. The power is in the people. That's why we give the power for them to make appropriation on our behalf. Look, every country in the world, they're saying that through the halls of parliament, that people can survive. But Nyombli and Jerry will not put a saying order. They will just be equal to making nothing in the place instead of focusing on government, focusing on Liberian people issue. They'll be focusing on 2029. Look, let me tell you, 2029 will be your money, Nyombli and Jerry. When you bring that money, when you pay for your you wouldn't focus on that, but you focus on that.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Hello, your name and where you call from. Let's hear you.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You're live.
Yeah, you are getting me nothing. The Ayekes you are talking about. In terms of after the monitor the social care so I'm not going on the time on the show give a message to him for the quality. I beg.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you call from.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry for my background. On the road. Emmanuel Sano is from two.
Yeah, please go ahead. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind is about the rescue team. The rescue team, people to like in the rescue, and now they are talking about being at the headquarters. They passed years. They are not able to pay 50,000 for their rentage, and now they are paying money $8 million, allegedly $8 million to put the McLean the property, and want to look people want to get account of what they're taking our money. Why taking the money from the put it up at the headquarters again? Tell me say they have collected for the 2 years they're in power for. So the rescue team will need in power to come rescue the party.
Thank you.
Rescue the common people. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you call from. Let's hear you.
Hey, Mr. Gay, power.
Go ahead, sir. What's on your mind?
Why? What are two always achieving the government? He was one of those that brought the government into power. So he dressed a devil that he come outside, he want to be taking the devil seat. He's strong. He's one of those that he has criminal record on him.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, next thing, this is Rowan M. Following so but
yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
What is on my mind is not political, but I just want to kindly ask Nursing and the CEO to please add certain flavor to this show. At least once in a while, our country history. To sometimes tell the beauty of our country history. Everything should not always be politics. Liberia has a very beautiful history. Sometimes if we listen to our history or read our history, sometimes we become so moved and angry about our country. Liberia has a very beautiful history. Sometimes I think once in a while, maybe on a Saturday or a Friday, sometimes just talk about our history. Let Liberians get to know their history, and that's the time people will be faithful to the country. Please.
Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate that suggestion from you. Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening, sir. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, I'm Donald Super calling from West Beyond the speaker of the Virgin speaker, Richard Coon, West Beyond the I just speak to you, Richard Coon, just a Virgin speaker, just making budget hard because in 2029, you're going by. If I lie, you do open up food between Richard Coon and that country, man, you'll see the difference between Richard Coon and country, man. You get doing all kinds of things that made people to go to the independent thing for a whole day. You can't come outside and get the thing. You can't go away.
So you say he can make the people to go sit down in front of a fence. He can call them. He can call them to go sit down there or what?
The people can go and make the people to sit down there.
No, the question I'm asking, he can call them to go there, or they can just go there.
Yeah. If I lie,
yeah, to which one now?
Hello. I get a smartphone. I can get to muscle money. I can hear the same video call. I say from my house to go to the video conference. It's just a 1 minute walk. I just see the people that the security hear me.
My man, I beg you, man. Thank you. Why you say the security hearing you? 05551010075 is the number to call. You'll be live. This person, hello, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, hello, my name is Charles.
calling from things the GS0 specifically.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my concern has to do with this drugs issue. I must employ the active drugs director, or since he took the office, he has been tracking down drugs. But my concern is, what become of these drugs? Take, for example, the last time he caught a huge kind of drug at Broadway era. Where drugs go, didn't go, we need on Facebook, and that's the end. So my concern, what become of these drugs when they are arrested? What become of them?
All right, thank you. That's a great concern.
Thank you.
Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Pingma. I'm joining you from Harrisburg.
Mr. Pingma, what's on your mind?
What really on my mind, I just want to tell President Boga thank you for the level of development carrying on. I can tell you for sure that the solar panel project is going on well. LEC is stable in the country, just business, everything is going down. I just want to tell President Boga thank you. President Boga, thank you for the good thing you're doing for the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. This person, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, you're live.
I call from Johnsonville.
What's on your mind?
My issue I have right now is concerning the in our country.
Concerning what?
Politics in our country. If you look at the entire political, you notice. So I heard about this.
I'm sorry, you have to change your location and call back, sir. Your line is terrible. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, I am asking Papa calling from Buffalo.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Okay, what's on my mind? I'm speaking to our Senator Amara Kone. He has more than 300 cows to his place there or his farm. The cows is stepping, the people rest. Please, let him come and control his cow. I want on my mind tonight.
So you want a senator to come control a cow?
Yes, because they just lose the power.
But don't you guys have maybe authorities there at the farm that could be engaged? Are you one of the victims? Have you guys tried engaging the authority there to see?
The people have made the country, nothing they can do that because the man owns the town. So the cow just is stepping the people. What is serious I'm telling you?
Yeah. But then Wabo look at zero, elephant disturbing, then cow disturbing. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for your input. Yeah, I think the animals and the human being, that's a serious rivalry. Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Thank you for the program. My name is Momo calling from Fenno.
Momo, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I just want to tell the CEO because some of us are not permanent people. We are not on a big library or money library. Now, we're begging to talk about the elephant Grand Kidman County Fargo. We refuse to do it. And then we take our time. We the common people, we listen to him. When he can say something, even when against us or if for us, listen, we don't sleep at night. So he's supposed to know when we call him to, at least he's not supposed to be that kind of famous person on Facebook before you say, oh, the person is important person. So please, CEO, because I never hear my two senators talking about the things that happen in Vago. The elephant killed 2 persons there, and the people left there with their family. FDA went there, they gave some more money. The senator went there, gave rest, gave some more money. What become of the political family? What become our mothers, our brothers that live there? So the senator, one of our senators is supposed to come out and enlighten us that, oh, this, we will do this for the poor, or they tell the poor to not go in the bush. So I'm begging the CEO, by stopping our opponent to go in the bush, how they will survive. They are over there by surviving by food, by going in the bush before they eat. They go in the bush, they hustle before they eat. So I beg you, CEO, we have to hear from you. You have to ask our FDA, ask our president, what they're doing about the elephant in the country.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know that's a great one. As a journalist assigned at the Senate, I can tell you that the elephant issue has been one of those issues that the two senators of Bapolu County and even Grand Cape Mount counties have raised consistently. My understanding is that the last engagement was the FDA presence there in the both counties to address the situation. So yeah, they're making some efforts towards that. Let's see if we take this person. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Hello. Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Quita Kule. I call from Lower Bon County.
It's good to have you on. What's on your mind?
Yeah, my brother. I called to talk to ask our CEO to please help me. Since 2017, my daughter went on coma. I can't hear from him. I can't see him. And the lady almost 16 years old now. I was trying to go into school. But then they take on me. They follow formally, none of anyone help me. People, they see that they house rent, sending a child to school this semester, didn't go to school. I begging our CEO, let me please help me. Life not easy on me. I try, no way. I have nowhere to think.
Thank you. Thanks for raising that concern. Hopefully when the CEO comes on, he can say something to that. But the CEO is now on the show now, but I want to say thank you for raising that concern.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you too.
All right. So all right. So I see the CEO has joined us. CEO, welcome.
Oh, you know me?
No, I mean you came on. So
why you look at me and say, you know, you asking why I joined so early. Look, you see the time 3 minutes. I can say I joined early, man.
We you know, you're coming in the regular let's say the regular time you can come on.
Yeah.
Few minutes till 9. Yeah.
If I come early, you'll get fast. So for me, I let them sit back, you know, and come on the time like the regular guys. But I feel like, bro, me, I'm suspecting that things, it really, I don't know whether it really at your end, though. Is it?
No, it's not raining yet. It's not raining at all.
It's not raining in spirit and in truth?
No, it ain't raining in spirit and in truth, yo. Maybe you'll start. Maybe you'll start raining in spirit and in truth very soon.
Because I heard that they own my back, so maybe it started raining in spirit and in truth. So.
Oh yeah, they own my back. But I didn't get to see her today. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so hopefully I'll see her tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I just giving you call. It's important that you see her.
Oh.
No, but not me. I say important that you see her.
If she listening now tomorrow, she will tell me, so that me, you and your boss man were talking about Lani, eh?
Listen, I'm advising you. It's important that you see her. And important that the entire network see her. You know.
Oh no, but then our office should get prepared.
Check quality. Listen, what happened? I saw. By the way, Musa is coming on tonight. Musa Benete is on tonight. I mean,
wow.
Nothing between here and Delon. They're fighting about who should control the budget year-end. And yet Delon, I will call Delon too, but I see that Delon is, you know, I don't know who should control it, but the only thing you're doing for the Liberian people. But why are they taking away from the speaker, though? The speaker said, Mahana Isa Africa, you know the speaker what he. We're going to have Musa Benete on tonight. We're going to have a great show tonight, a lot of conversation coming on. All the guys are ready, but I'm hearing something about Oranto. This Oranto thing, you know how much money people are talking about? $7 million that went to the legislature. $7 million. Wow. The money Oranto will take and sign, those signing bonus, he carried to the capital building. All the representatives, they went to the bank and get their own of 50,000. And I will explain it, but let me work for the guys. That's no moment to start talking. I'm begging you, man. And can you imagine Malmo? Can you imagine Tipos, Pickett Dempster? We come here with information to share with the Liberian people because this is the story. People begging the members of that Capitol building, they want sign. Very fancy to see you are watching from Carisbrough. Remember Carisbrough, Mr. Uri. Mr. Uri in Carisbrough, how you doing? They put on one sign for each person to go with 150,000 to sign on all the concession. They pay for the fake cellular guy that they say they bring in the building road. After the man said they may get my money that Senegal owe me in Gambia, then I will bring it to Liberia. What kind of nonsense? And today President Boga said the LDCC people will hurry up with the investigation on those tenure position issue. Hey, Mr. President, you feeling pay the people out? The people gone. They ain't saying hurry up again. So it's gonna be a rough show, man. You know, Kanye ran away the other day, yesterday. But that's it. Why Kanye ran away though? I thought Kanye can stand the heat. That's it. Kanye didn't know. How will you go regroup and get regroup CEO on the show? They would have regroup CEO that Vandana Patrick. But Kanye ran away yesterday. He did. Hassan Bennington, what's up, Hassan? Satamba. Look at the name, Satamba. You know that name from Foya. I guarantee you, Satamba from Foya. Look at Cooper passed away. They made never ever. Yeah, have you paid the $50 and became assistant minister? The only picture Cooper passed away for that when you were in New York. That's the only picture you can put on Facebook. You won't put no picture on Facebook. When Cooper passed away, came to New York. But you know, want to welcome all of you. Philip Bala, my man, how you doing? Benjamin Konangbo, it's good to see you. Cooper passed away. Satamba from Foya. Alfonso Milish, how you doing? Eric passed away. I don't know whether Eric and Cooper they are related, but they always follow us. Roland G. Tiet. Tiet, our crew name. Yeah, that meant maybe from Grand Crew or Sano Tiet. And we got Hassan Beriti. Which one is Hassan Beriti? Is the human right Hassan Beriti or the normal Hassan Beriti? It's good that you're joining us. Samuel Dixon. Samuel Dixon is in the house. We want to recognize Samuel. Safa Sharif is here as well. Let's recognize Safa Sharif. We're going to bring in V. Croman. Where is Ellen? What's her name? Ellen Johnson. She was late for class today. Where is Amy Ryder? Amy Ryder is late also. Abu Dukle is good to see you. Richard Tola. Tola is in the house. Fiton Lassia is here. Vera S.W. Wallace. My own sister Vera. How you doing? It's good to see you. She said, hi, family. Let's bring Vera up. That's my sister right there. How you doing? Pia Campbell is here as well. We want to recognize all the females. Sister Pia, how you doing? We're still waiting for Ellen, we're waiting for Emma, and the rest of the sister will recognize you guys. We want to say it's good seeing you. Mama Mensa, is this the Mama Mensa that went to Liberia, but again, she left for Liberia? That her? Mama Mensa? Is that her?
No, I can't tell.
I think that her though. That Mama Mensa, I think that her. She went to Liberia, she went to the part that we water for. Somebody was asking for a number, she ran away. That's the news I got. My old man George started with a Papa Georgie. I tried calling you back, but I got so busy again. I know I will hit you up. And how you doing, George Taraweda? So George Taraweda is like maybe 6 minutes away from me. He's not too far. Yes, and they will recognize you. We're going to bring in Samuel Dixon is in the house. Wiki Chili. Is that Wiki? Yeah, Wiki. I think that's the name. Sekou Kamara is here. Annie Ma. This man from Nimba, I believe. Annie Ma is in the house. Maxwell is here as well. Colin Unipan is here. Otelo Swa is here as well. If I call your name, I'm calling your name again. If you send your email, we can call your name or your Facebook, and, you know, name. Man, let's bring in Makala. Gamade. Makala Gamade is here. Dino is here. What's the name? Abraham Dolly, Emmanuel. How you pronounce that thing? Nyonson?
I'm not saying the name.
Emmanuel, N-Y-A, Nyonson. Maybe that cool name, I think. Daniel Tete is in the house. We're going to bring in Raf Kopek. Ralph Kope, the name is Kope. Siafa Sharif is here. My man, we're calling a lot of people named today. Lamin Kroma is here. Prince Anderson is in the house. Vic Mash is here. Alfonso Weir is here. Let's bring in who else we get. Nelson, we have to bring everybody. Kafa Janga. Janga is here. Kero is here. I got a friend by the name of Kero Map. Stephen Yako. Abraham Swain. Abraham Swain is in the house. We're gonna bring Amara Kamara is here as well. All the good people they are watching, want to recognize every one of you. Go on Facebook and share. Ryan, go share the show on Facebook. Now you're already on Facebook or YouTube. Just share the show. We're going to be having a blast tonight. President will be traveling tomorrow. You got our information. He'll go from the 3rd to the 5th. The president currently in Bombing. Bombing is flooded by rules, but hey, the president got to go on a retreat in Bombing. We'll talk about the president in Bombing and what he said today. The whole thing about the Oranto D. So the whole deal is coming. Listen, this thing about the Oranto D. I don't know about you though, but the person they ain't giving no money for signing bonus, and that's why I want to say something to somebody holding me. They say, hey, Stella, don't say it. I really want to say, listen, $7 million to the lawmakers, $7 million. 7M to the lawmakers. That's it. This is huge.
Wow. Is it coming from Oranto?
It comes from Oranto alone. Just give me a chance. You see, I tell you won't rush me. And I know you're doing it intentionally. I know who's asking you to do this.
No, nobody asking me.
Yeah. I know who asked you to do this.
My hands are up.
Your hands are where?
My hands are up.
Yeah, because this thing is that nothing is raining though. Can you hear the rain?
No. Not all from here.
Yeah, so my thing is at the end of the day, it is what it is. You got to understand that this too is Liberia. We want to welcome all of you to the show. We got a lot coming on. We want to play some of the videos that came up, and you can understand where we are. It will be the beautiful show today. Invite somebody. Nelson, $7 million to the lawmaker. Open the phone line. The people that selling Liberia though. And Musa, I'm going to have the first segment with Musa Belete, his letter to Yombly, his letter to the speaker. Delon reply, and Prince Moyi reply. But Nelson, you were there. Bring us up to speed.
You mean on the letter from?
But you were there today. Then you say you mean again, Nelson?
Yeah.
You didn't go to the Capitol building today?
No, I was at the Senate, but I'm trying to capture.
Bring us up to speed. What happened today? You went to work. You went at the Senate.
Oh yeah, a lot happened at the Senate today. The Senate made series of confirmations of associate, let's say, judges at the different levels, different magisterial courts. 3 confirmations were carried on today. And then also Senator Jonathan Bocha Semwe has been calling on, he addressed a communication today to the body for the National County Sports Meet, so that there can be some sort of modification to the way the National County Sports Meet is carried out, so that in the coming years, there will be a kind of a regional hosting of the county sports meet, wherein maybe, for example, the county sports meet goes to River G County this year. River G gets to host the entire sports meet, and there's some housing.
So that Bocha on the problem there.
Yeah, he has been, speaking very strong. He's been making the case for sports in Liberia.
That's why I'm asking you. So that Bocha on the problem.
Oh yeah, that's part of the issue he's raising.
So what's the next issue?
Another one is from Sino County, Senator Creighton Duncan
Yeah, my cousin. Let's hear what he said today.
Yeah, he addressed a communication to the Senate asking the body to invite the Internal Affairs Minister for exercising to establish as to whether the constitutional authority he's exercising, he actually has that authority. That is, there was a recent action wherein the number of local chiefs were being reduced. So in Sino County, there are different categories of the local leadership. In one case, from 205 local chiefs, it was reduced to 84. So the Internal Affairs Minister is cutting down on the number of chiefs and all of that in Sino County, but not just with Sino. There's similar report coming from River G County, one of the counties in that same region. So he addressed a communication so that the Senate get to invite the Internal Affairs Minister for questioning to know as to whether he has the constitutional authority to cut down on the number of chiefs. So once he cut down on that number, they will not be taking pay. So part of the point is that they're going to be getting a very good number of people out of job. So
and that's the Internal Affairs Minister.
Yeah.
So what's the Internal Affairs Minister name again?
Minister Yumali, Francis Sakida Yumali.
People say that every day, and they just that mindset. Francis Yumali is under instruction, and you know that. And man, that go to the next topic. What next?
All right. So next is there was a briefing today, because usually when those bills go to the Senate, when it gets on the floor, they will take it to the committee room, and then committee will do their work. They come back with briefing. So there was a briefing today from the Senate's Committee on Ways, Means, Finance, headed by Senator Prince Moi, and he was basically briefing the floor on the bill that has to do with the salary reduction for senators that's been before that committee for some time. So he was briefing the floor, the plenary today, that by next week, they are going to be coming up with the findings. The committee have done their work already. They're going to be coming up with the findings on that particular bill. And they want to make sure that, since in fact the budget is before them, that bill is passed. That bill is when passed upon, can be considered in this particular budget year. So that is if the senator's salary will be reduced from 5,000 to 8,000. Sorry, from 8,000 to 5,000. If the reduction will take place, then it should be reflected in the budget. So doing that particular
wait. And that's the same bill that they don't not pass 100 times. They don't put it in 100 times, and they couldn't look at it, right?
Yeah, the bill has been in, but it didn't pass. It hasn't passed since.
They don't put that bill in since he was born, right?
Yeah, the bill.
That they don't bill, right?
Yeah, sure. It's a bill from,
and that they don't put it in and say, man, they reduce ours. But then, why about benefits? Because everything reduce. Say that again.
Everything is inclusive.
Everything is there, right?
Yeah, because the current salary is 10,000, and then when they do the taxes and all of that, it comes to 8,000. So now the bill wants to reduce that further to 5,000. That is inclusive of the salaries and benefits.
Are they also talking to the House to reduce their own bill too? I mean, they're talking about reducing the bill though, but look at Speaker Richard Coon budget. Can you imagine?
It will call across, CEO. Once it's passed, it's going to affect both the lower house and the up and the Senate.
Listen, and the Liberian people will appreciate if they can do that, but don't reduce the bill and put the money in under the bag again for other purposes, right? You're reducing the bill though, but let me tell you what I heard. What the guys going to do? Otello Grace Street. Let me tell you what I heard, Otello. Amara Fremont. They will reduce it for you and me to see. And then they will increase the community engagement. It's 150,000 right now. They will increase, they will put the money in other avenue. So when you're taking 10th Street, you'll find yourself on 4th Street. That's the operation. Are they sincere? I mean, just imagine, for God's sake. They told me, I mean, it's a good thing. It's a good proposal. It's good. It's a good proposal, but nothing, you know, salary reduction.
And according to the calculation so far, if that bill passes through the legislature, they will be saving $4 million annually. It has been going towards the salaries of lawmakers. 103 lawmakers across the country. 4 million would be saved. But interestingly, as soon as the briefing was carried on today, the entire flow got disrupted for over 15 meetings. Senators, I think we have the video.
Don't explain to our brother the video.
So we have the video here.
Yeah, put a video up. That's the reason why we are saying most of those guys, and I'm not going to say all of them, but most of them, to me, they are jokers. Most of them, right? They come up with this thing, we'll reduce the salary, we'll reduce the, oh, we got Wanokai Fangalo, I got it today. Right? Winfred Russell, the people that are playing, you know, this is about campaign jobs. We'll reduce our salary, we'll reduce it. But you will find it in other areas in the country. You'll either find it on Broad Street, you'll find it to Boulevard Parley, room 1026, and that's how they make the money. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. Today, President Biden said he met with the LCC. They got to speed up the work. They got to do. President Biden, you just paid the central bank, former governor, all of his money, $300-something thousand. Then the president said he asked him for tenure position investigation. I mean, come on, Robertson, does that make sense? Am I hearing my Uncle Joe? You pay all the LCA people, Asia Arkansas, and you pay them off. You pay the central bank, Human Pearson, you pay Alasha Stano. Then you ask them for an investigation report? I mean, where were you when you were paying these guys? We can go down the line.
Yeah, but maybe
national police and say the police badge should get out for hunting. But I mean, if not for hunting purposes, Gregory Coleman and most of the wicked guys in the police been doing police brutality here and there. Right in your own area today, you know that it's not for hunting purposes. I mean, how is President Boga again? That's how is it, Pape?
Yeah, Pape just celebrated his 81st birthday.
That's what you got problem, 81st? You got problem? How is it, Pape?
Yeah, 81 years old now. Pape. but see you, don't put me in problem. You already know it. Pape just celebrated.
But Fubi gave me different age. You know, I don't follow the age thing. That Fubi gave me different age. Fubi said Pape like 85-year-old. But I mean say that what Fubi said, right? And you said Pape like 81. So I don't know where we will place the Pape. Russell, how is President Boga?
He's 81 years old. He celebrated his 81st birthday a couple of days ago.
That's what they want.
Yep. And you know, the good thing is that Nelson, President Boyka, and I, we are Sagittarius. You know, we are we fall under the same zodiac sign, brother.
So
Todman, Boykai, Russell, all of us, man.
So you'll be the next president of Labrador too now. I mean, Russell, like next president of Labrador will not be easy, man. Right now, the man.
You can rest assured.
The man refuses to get married, then you go get in the presidency. I bet you are.
You're all right.
Russell!
You get rest assured that we will create jobs. You get rest assured that
we need to create jobs. Speaking about job creation, right? Listen to what Jeremiah Kuhn said when he was at the pier, right? They were doing something, And I think I like the fact that he was bold and he said, now I'll get in trouble with this because of Jeremiah Coon. And people say, oh, still, no, you just say that because of Jeremiah Coon. But Jeremiah Coon said, job, job, job. Job, job, job. You cannot do anything whatsoever. You can build your skyscrapers and everything, but job, job, job. And that's what the people want. The people want you to create job. And I think it should be the focus of the president. They are losing because people are suffering. Listen to Coon.
Before I conclude, Mr. Finance Minister, please. As we wait for World Bank, our partner, it takes time. For the negotiation takes 2 to 3 years. Our people are now waiting. This government was elected for 6 years, 2 years and more. We are striving and doing well, but one of our weakness is job creation. This is a low-hanging fruit we must take advantage of and take it now.
So there you have it, though. Well, let's say, Fumi, welcome to the show. Russell, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Russell, do you think the people, the Unity Party, do you think they care? Do you think they're listening, though? You think Gafwan in everything? Give me Gafwan picture, I beg you, if you can. Gafwan said, well, we have created job, but he cannot show the job. The labor minister is yet to show the job. The MCC report and other things saying, and you know, unemployment is nowhere. Workforce development is zero. They can't find out those papers. And the people of Liberia just begging for job, and people in the government just doing their own thing. They care less. No job creation. Well, Russell, what say you? Let's get this show started.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things is that, look, Stanton, job creation, a lot of these things come about through relationships. You know, building, fostering, strengthening relationship. Those things are critically important. Let me tell you something. President Sirleaf, do you know that a lot of those companies, a lot of those groups that went to Liberia during the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration, they did not go there necessarily because Liberia just came out of war. They did not go there because they loved Liberia. Many of those companies and many of those folks went there because of the personal relationship or connection that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf had. So those personal relationships and connections, those things are important. You see what's happening next door in Ivory Coast. Alassane Ouattara, like him or loathe him, he was, you know, he worked at the World Bank and its big international financial institutions. He had a lot of connections. This stuff is about, you know, that plays a critical part of it too, Stanton. It's about the relationship. It's about connection. You are close to Stanton or Mr. Gray or Mr. Colette, and if I was trying to do something there, you know, in Liberia, for example, you would tap on those relationships. They say, you know what, my man, those are my guys. So if you don't have that, in the absence of that, it's not, it's difficult, because if you look at, I mean, plus you have all of the other things going on, but those personal relationships and connections are important. Let me tell you a really quick story, and then we'll transition. Go back to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. So I was at the University of Minnesota in 2009 when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came to Minnesota. And when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came, the guy who was the dean of the Humphrey Institute of Public Affairs, Dean Brian Atwood. Dean Brian Atwood knew President Sirleaf because I believe when Doe jailed her, or the military government jailed her, put her in jail or whatever, at the time, that guy was in Ivory Coast. He was working at the U.S. Embassy there at the time. Was a young diplomat or whatever, and the American government sent him to Liberia to negotiate Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's release from this military junta, And when he became Clinton's USAID administrator, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf at the time was working for the UN and working in that, DRC, Kenya. She was based in Kenya, whatever, working for the UN. But they had a really great relationship. So that relationship extended to, so it's a long time. So this guy was here at the University of Minnesota. He was able to bring Ellen Johnson Sirleaf here. And when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came...
What you're saying, let me interrupt you, right? Mm-hmm. President Bouaga said for 12 years. What can President Bouaga point to? Who can he point to? What was his connect?
That's a $64,000 question. Maybe former Representative Gray can answer that, or Mr. Jala or Mr. Hendricks can answer that. But I'm just trying to say how critically.
No, what's your point? You're very clear. Ellen made friends. She built relationship. We all know that. But I'm beginning to think, right? What was President Bouaga for that? Coming back to power and say, I can point to this country president, and I had a good relationship with him, and I can point to this individual from the World Bank, from IMF. I can point to this person from Washington, D.C. They know me. I can pick up the phone and call this person. What was President Bouaga connect? I can't describe. Who can President Bouaga point to? I mean, for 2 years now, we're still trying to identify that person. I mean, President Bouaga is 81 years old. He must have that relationship. That long-lasting relationship. So,
see you.
No, hold on 1 minute, Jacob. Let me bring in Gray. I beg you. Gray, who can... I know you're a seditious. Take away your CDCR for a minute, right? Let me friend. And Fubi can say what you want to say. Because Joe Weah plays soccer. He have relationship with people around the world because he plays soccer. He's an icon. He can call this president from France, this president from Europe, this person, billionaires and millionaires. That's fine. Madame Sirleaf, she has her connection because of a World Bank connection or international standing. And she built that relationship. She could walk into the Oval Office, right? With Obama, with Bush, with Clinton. She had that relationship around ECOWAS community. People knew her. I want somebody to tell me. I know we just brushing things off. Musa will soon be on. But Gray, you will not be the best person to say, but let me try you. Maybe you'll be fair briefly. Who can President Bouaga point to internationally, Gray?
No, I see no one in Europe. I see no one in the United States of America. I see no one in China or Russia. China, sometimes you can set a position for many years, but you don't build relationship. There are some people that they got the best positions among friends, but they don't build relationship, So President Bouaga should be the most experienced and individual that came to the presidency in terms of the governance structure for our country since 1980. Since 1980. The first republic was Charles D.B. King. He had a huge experience, one of the highest. Then Tubal King, serving for many years as vice president. Similarly now with President Bouaga, not just as vice president, but he worked in different land ministries and agencies for almost 40 years. He didn't build relationship. He met people, but he didn't build relationship. He didn't make follow up. Those are very critical things. Stano, you should take, for example, the snow is at ECOWAS, at Europe. I can go to phone and call 2 European parliamentarians or text them. Or call a guy in the Caribbean, they text him. You got to build relationship when you serve positions of trust and certain positions. But he did not. His vice president too just came from the legislature. We all in a relationship out there. But it not be fair enough. He didn't make any representation behind the legislature. So both of them just came to come up with a kind of a real brotherly relationship where you can go to phone and call the Nigerian president and say, look, we need 3, 4, 5 million, we increase it. They don't have that kind of a relationship. Okay, so the issue of job creation goes beyond just building that relationship. It also comes,
I want to get everybody in, right? And we're starting the show, like I said, ladies and gentlemen. Musa is coming to discuss on the issue about the budget. We're bringing Musa on. We got a lot to discuss: the job creation. The president have a cabinet retreat. We get something on job. He spoke about LDA and the Liberia National Police. He spoke about the LACC, how slow they are, but a lot of stuff is happening, right? The president is still talking about he will construct the sports stadium in Banga. Okay, that one, they can have it. But let me ask you, Fubi, right? Talk to me, Fubi. Ministers coming in with certain portfolios, and president, vice president coming in with certain portfolio. The president said this today, and that's why I'm asking the question, right? The president said we are taking these foreign trips, but we got to follow up. And that's the government problem. We can name everywhere President Banga have been. The amount of money, millions of dollars on foreign trip. The people don't know how to connect. It's still the president or his surrounding. Can this president pick up the phone and say, for example, and we're going to get deeper. We'll talk about the Asada Mita deal. The president promised Macron, if I go back, we'll sign that thing. Macron said, okay, Asada Mita, $200 million signing bonus. It's been 3 weeks. Go to Oman. No hay, no take. That's not trust. It's not a good relationship. But for me, talk to me. Who can President Banga point to? I mean, maybe you're not in the relationship with our man, President Trump. Good English, beautiful English. But who can you point to?
Yeah, so go in.
Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso. Talk to us.
For me, there's only one group the president needs, and that's the Liberian people that already named president. And the fact that he has become president, he finds himself in a certain category that regardless of who sits around the table, world leaders will definitely have to speak to him at some point. And the country have also made some good strides by becoming member of on the non-permanent seat. So there are a lot of other stuff they need to focus on. So Liberia needs to actually focus on local mobilization of local resources. And, the foreign partners, they will definitely come in at different points in time. But how do we leverage our own internally generated revenue? How do we reach out to ensure that we close all the different leakages so that we can maximize locally generated revenue? All these different international support, past governments have gotten them. And we still cannot point to many of the stuff that those revenue brought to the country. So you certainly are president, you definitely find yourself in a category. That's why most of the times you laugh at the sedition when they showing George we are taking picture with president. Because you already in that bracket. You have already gravitated to that level. So there's no extra prestige that comes with taking picture with Trump or taking picture with Biden, because you have already been elevated to that level by your people. So that blessing that God gave you, people elected you to that level, if already placed you there. So how you manage it now is up to you. You don't even have to know anybody, but once you get to that level, you just need to have how to build your relationship. When you reach out there, build your relationship and see how you can leverage on whatever deals that you go on, and have people to follow up. And following up, if you go on and strike good deals, follow up.
Fubi, let's listen to the president himself here. Let's take a listen.
And provide regular reporting. We will track the outcomes of our foreign trips and engagements with development partners and ensure that Liberia benefits from these trips.
And that's the problem, Fubi. They spend all the money, they go on all the trip, luxurious trip, by the way. Look at the trip in Dubai. Look at the hotel. B Mountain paid for the hotel. B Mountain paid for the trip. Imagine all of that. But Fubi, they follow up. And I think that's the problem. The follow up.
Yeah, I agree. when you rise to those levels, when you get to this kind of stuff, you're already in that category. So following up is something that they have to do. You know, whether you knew the president before you got there or not, once you get to that level, you've already built you already getting to that level. So when you go and strike these at these kind of meetings, you have to have.
They can't do it. They gotta go. Real quick, before I go to Jacob Jada, right? Do you think because these people they call ambassador at large, most of them are criminals, are traveling with the diplomatic passport? Christopher Onunuga, who want to talk to him? They get him 50,000, they will go ahead and take 40. And, you know, they go hustle for themselves, break deals for themselves. Mohammed Ba, we'll put a picture up.
Historic hustle.
You bring these kind of guys that have records, man. You bring the ECMA guy, Christopher Onunuga. You know, they were at the place there today, a few days talking about me that I beat you on him. But the man, you know, he's a dangerous man. Who can trust him? Before you go meet these people, they ask passport candidates to do a background check before you meet them. They read about you. When they read about Christopher Onunuga, number one, they put a name on the seat, the student. He created LRB.com company. He stole from the people of Bon County. He stole from Minister of Information. He stole from LFA. He's doing black money. He's laundering money. All this report. He was fronting to be the CIA man in Liberia, not to put people on sanction. All the yama. Who can sit in front of him? You wouldn't find another BM sitting in front of him. No serious leader will sit in front of him.
So I'm going to say in front of the man. Yeah, point at the man.
So that's our problem. But let me bring in Jacob Jada.
Stand up before you bring in Jacob. I have a question for Fubi for you know, just you know, clarification. Just the mere fact that you are president and you say, you know, they're all sitting at the same level, that in and of itself doesn't translate into connection. You have to build that. You have to foster that. You know, it doesn't happen automatically just because you're there. No, I mean you still need to build that, brother. Look, I mean, not instead of work quickly, not to blow my own horn, right? I was just a city council member. I was a city council member, elected city council member. What I've been able to do and all the things I've done, Stanton, over the years, and Paul knows this too, is because of those connections that we build. We still have those residual connections that we built when we were in elected position that will translate into what I can do for the fire or the police and all the other stuff I can do. It's not just because I was there, but while I was there, the relationships were able to build, sustain, and foster.
Yeah, so, no, I don't disagree with you. The point I'm making is that you don't need to know somebody before becoming president. But once you have become president, you have risen to that bracket, and you find yourself more caliber people that automatically puts you to that level. So what you do afterwards is up to you. You have to build a relationship. You have to build a network. But you don't need to know anybody before rising to that level.
You don't have to go there and begin to build relationship now.
President Bwaka is different.
You get it and you start building relationship.
You don't need to. Who you before you begin representative?
Fubi,
I knew you.
We shouldn't manage Let's stick to President.
I knew you. I knew what point Labra. And Labra representing I'm president.
Fubi, wait. Let's see the thing. They great.
He's a representative. What are you?
Hold on 1 minute. President Bwaka served 12 years as vice president. 12 years. A lot of people need to know this. You must create and you must have your own connection. What was President Bwaka doing? 12 years. I agree, you are on that bracket, Fubi. But if our brother also said, the bracket will not help you because you know why? You didn't curate, open an avenue that when you are falling, you can call somebody. Listen to the president today. The issue with this government, nobody can follow up. Jacob. They all will take the DSA. They all will take the map. They will go into these hotels and they go and sit down and wait for the next trip. That's the issue. Listen to President Boakai crying. Then we'll come to you, Jacob. Just listen to him.
And provide regular reporting. We will track the outcomes of our foreign trips and engagements with development partners and ensure that Liberia benefits from these trips.
So there you have it, Jacob. Let's hear you. Again, 2 years. 2 years. How long would President Boakai say we're making foreign trade and Liberia will benefit? When are we going to see the return investment here, Jacob?
Yeah, okay, on job. I think it's a good discussion. So, Stena, I will start by saying that, one of the reasons why, or the key reason why I support Musa Hassan Belete for president of Liberia, it is clearly on this basis. The problem we have in this country, I can bet you the problem we have in this country is we want certain people to solve a problem that they have really no experience tackling in their lifetime, to be honest. If we say, take the United States, for example, every time the American, at least for the past 10, 20 years or so, anytime the American economy tanks, they have big crisis, the economy experiences heart attack, all kind of problem, they go for a businessman. I mean, disagree with Trump or not, but there's a reason why Trump keeps coming back and winning elections in the U.S., one of the most difficult elections to win. The reason why, because the Americans realize that jobs, the economy, and living standard is an issue. They look for somebody who has experience, practical experience, dealing with that problem in the past, a businessman like Donald Trump. So what is the biggest problem we have now? We have the issue about jobs, lack of private sector expansion, lack of skills for Liberians to be able to really improve their living standard and income. Now, if we want people to solve, if we want to solve that problem, then we should look for somebody with the corresponding practical skills. So that's the reason why I tell you for sure, that's the reason why I support Musa Hassan Belete for president. Because why? He is an entrepreneur, he is a businessman, he has experience building companies, he has experience creating jobs, he knows how to go to capital market to find investment, to come and expand tourism, to expand electricity, to expand agriculture. He knows how to mobilize finance. Now, compare that, for example, with Gafa, who's Minister of all due respect, we Gafa, seeing soup thing, went to university. Gafa is an economic thing. He teach economics, accounting. Has he built a business before? Has he built a company before? Does he know how to create jobs? Does he know which sector to invest in to expand productivity, to build value chain, to build supply chain, to build regional value chain? He may have theoretical understanding, but he doesn't have practical understanding building jobs. So if you look at different countries today, Ghana, other places, people look for economy ministers who are able to build companies and build jobs. We don't have that situation. So where we want Mr. Boakai to fix the problem, or Mr. X, who's president of the republic, to create jobs, the first question we need to ask is, has this man built a company before? Has he created jobs before? Does he know what it means to build private sector? Does he know how to go to capital market, Asian investment bank, go to Dubai, go to Arab investment bank to bring, capital to say, okay, we want to build an Apple City. It costs $100 million. Let's go find business investors.
We get your point. We get your point. Let me bring in.
I beg you, CEO, you can't let me learn. I probably with you there.
We talk a long time here back. We rather
okay, let me learn the point. 30 seconds. I will shut up right now. The last point I want to make is that you see, most of our people who want to run the country, the first thing you have is Liberian finance minister talk about IMF, World Bank, IMF, World Bank, IMF, World Bank. IMF, World Bank, that lazy people discussing IMF, World Bank today. I mean, whether in America there, I've been to World Bank, IMF conferences, meetings before. The Asians don't come to IMF meeting. What are they coming there for? Because they just go to the investment bank and find private capital and invest in roads, invest in private. We're going to spring meeting. We're going to annual meeting.
And that's what I'm saying. Let me hold you there. We're gonna enjoy it right tonight. We want to say to all of you share the show. Let's make progress. It's good that you're here joining us. I want to bring in my brother Paul. The reason why I'm coming to you because you cry about this all the time. These people come to Washington, D.C., they cannot even identify their own. And when they go back, everything collapses. No connection. People will come and they will just enjoy themselves and eat all the filet mignon. And then they go back. No report. Ask any of them for a report. Listen to the president crying. You will take the president of Dubai. You will take picture. That's all they want to do. But who will you blame? The president look at this young man. You look at him, Ambassador Alash, Mohammed Ba. You look at him, smoking. How you call the other thing they can smoke in like broad green? How the other one? How you call the one? The man smoking the thing. Look at Ambassador Alash. Look at this. This is a joke. No, my man, they insult me. Look at the Ambassador Alash. Can you imagine? No, to be frank, guys, this is not about laughing. Can you imagine when people say?
The shisha sometimes they can put some other thing inside so that remix.
Yeah, but when people say, right, we want an Ambassador Alash, and they go and Google you and search. Paul, look at what you're seeing, Paul. Look at what you're seeing. Can you imagine we sit here and sit back and say, yes, the president brought the right people around him? No. But let's talk about Dumba, the other Ambassador Alash. I'm not going to go there with him. Let's talk about Chris Ononunga, the Nigerian ECOWAS guy. Can you imagine who would even look? This guy would just go between the ECOWAS community and hustle for the little team. They cannot go in the real world.
But
people don't trust them.
Put the other one out.
I'm putting it up, Grace. Send me more, I will put it up. Trust me. I need Zico to that. Send me more, I'll put it up.
Let me put it in the ball.
Now, my man, a few days ago, I was texting him. I said, man, you guys destroying the country. I told him. And I told him, I was very upfront. I said, man, you're destroying. This is not what the people voted for. Russell, I told him, I said, you're destroying the country. You're running behind the leg, and you're smoking cigar, you're drinking and taking pictures. That's why you came to power for. Then when you go on Facebook, don't you know world leaders and organizations use Facebook to profile people now, use social media to know who you are? And they will say, I don't want to see that man, he's a playboy. But Paul, talk to me, man. Talk to me, Paul. After you drink that liquor you drinking, you call tea, talk to me.
Yeah, who made a Russell saying I pour in, I guess.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's always a pleasure to share this. This platform with you all and to our viewers. You know, we're always glad. But Stanton, let's come to the reality. Omen Boakai heart is in a good place. The fact that he's even asking that question or emphasizing on what he's doing, what he's talking about, but like you said, before these trips, I told you that we're not going to get much out of the trips. Stanton, I am a lobbyist consultant for a firm called 1111 Global, a Fortune 500 firm in Washington, D.C. area. Over the past, since January till now, I've traveled to maybe 20 countries. And we brought back to those countries at least $120 million. What do? We find money and we link the government organization and the business firm there. They get the money, they get our cut. That's what we're doing. Call us lobbyist, call us what you want, but it comes back to foreign relations. Every trip you take must have a strategic interest, and every interest must have a strategic return on investment. You're not just going around to make friendship. When you make friendship, Stanton, those friendships, those relationships you're building must come back to give you money. In the absence of that, you don't be wasting your time. So somebody wants to do business in Liberia, somebody has to coordinate because there are 300 and more countries on earth now. Everybody has something to offer, So the question you should be asking yourself, what makes Liberia different, and how does anybody else benefit whatsoever we want from Liberia, right? So to do that, you need to be particular, you need to be specific. And the way we've done that is by linking people to resources. Most of these meetings you come and hold in Washington, once you leave, the knowledge about you died down because there are other people who are there lobbying. So you need to leave a strategic point of connection. And the other day, the president, he opened the way already. He just needed to follow up. For Donald Trump to say he's a good English-speaking person, all he needed to do was to have somebody in Donald Trump's cycle who are going to continue to elevate his interest and the interest of Liberia before Donald Trump. But you have the meeting and you get on the plane and leave, nobody behind you, Washington runs at night. So, I mean, the president has his heart in the right place. He just needs to find people who know how to make it work. I still think he has the opportunity for the next 4 years, but he has to find those people who can really move and shake things, the movers and shakers. And they are strategic in the areas. If you took me from here, you carry me to Minnesota, I'm useless there. You put me on Washington, D.C., K Street, I will move Washington, D.C. around. Put people in the right places who are able to lift the heavyweight. That's my concern and question to the president. He's doing well. He needs to identify those people who can help him.
Paul, that 2 years. 2 years now. You know what I'm about to say? That why you laughing? 2 years now. The president still doing well. And like the Lone Star did well. How long would the president think that these people around him or he himself, he's failing? How long would they think that? How long will we sit there and say he's doing well? But when you have hustlers moving around the president cannot remove them. These guys have a bad character. Even if I have a bad character, I shouldn't be around the president. It's not helping the country. It's not. And you agree with me. Listen, the president can love me to death, but if my character is not in line, don't bring me in government. Let's have our relationship outside of government. When you have Ambassador at large on record that he took $10,000, the money Sarah Beslow gave Jeremy Pierre, $10,000 cash, she said of her own free will to help renovate the roof from the foreign the information ministry. Christopher Ononuga took the money and we brought the young man here and the man said, you take all the bars in your pachi. And when the man said no, the man started paying by that money separate because he had eaten the money. The man created a fake company to take the people of Bond County money. Prince Boye spoke about it. Melvin Cole spoke about it. The man and his partner ate that money and they said it was legal. The man took $12,000 from LFA to do a program. It been over 6 months. How can you keep such a man around you? This Christopher Ononuga guy. And you expect people to say, yeah, you get good people. Then who's stopping you from firing them? But I mean, next year, December 2nd, you will say the president mean well again.
He just gave him the chance. He's going to realize that he needs to bring people who are.
Do you think the president are King George, King Charles, King Abraham? He's not there for a lifetime. Well, Winfred, before we bring our brother Conor Gray, it's good to see you, Conor Gray. Winfred, what's the problem here, right? The talk about job creation and Jacob, he was on point with discussing. But let me put this up what Nakwabo wrote. Nakwabo are trying to be chief of staff to the president. They said no. It's not too clear, but they lay out 3 points, right? About the budget, job creation, and something else, right? You can read it. I think it's in the chat room. This is Nakwabo, Director General of the Cabinet, right? He's his own person. But I think from the beginning, and I will say this to you, I think the president is his own problem. I don't know about you, Russell. People over here, they challenge the leadership, they push them. I think Joseph Boakai have become his own problem.
Why you say that, though? I mean, because the president is as good as.
You ask me, let me answer. You ask me, let me answer. You want to answer?
Yep. Okay, go ahead.
I'm saying that because let it be fair. President Joseph Yema Boakai today, he's not swift. He's very slow in making a decision. He's very slow to act. And everybody know that. The president loves to sleep on stuff. So it passed up. And Paul, you know that. The president wants to keep people that he loves around him, though they be in a problem. The president going after Elder CC, so you guys are not doing your job. But Russell, Akaris, you know that. Look at Bapadu, Sam Zina. He was indicted. Look at Lofa Kante, the Lofa University president, and the board chair. They were all indicted. The president saying, touching them. You want to know why I'm saying that? Am I giving you a clue now as to why I'm saying that? The president, people question whether he's making the decision. People question it. The appointment issue in government was bad. The president had no clue who was going where. Outside of government, people can walk anywhere and do anything. The president had no clue. That's the reason why I'm saying it.
Okay. I mean, it's a valid point. I think Paul hit on some things that I would embrace. So did Jacob, also touched on some things that are embraced. All of us here have been on an airplane. But whenever we get on the airplane, no matter how long or how many times we have flown, they will always tell you that fasten your seatbelt, they'll give you all of these different things that you have to do. If that plane flies, make 4-5 stops. Whenever it's taking off, they would repeat that that message. So that reminder, we have to continuously do that. You got to keep doing that. We have to continuously do that. And so, but one of the things is just because people are from the diaspora or because people are part of your party or whatever, not everyone who live in America or who live in Europe know how the system works. They're done. So we continue to put square pegs in round holes. It doesn't work, Stanton. You have to put people and appoint people with critical skill set in the particular area you're appointing them in. It's just that simple. Like Paul said, he doesn't understand the political culture, the political dynamics in Minnesota. So finding him to come in and lobby the Minnesota legislature is not going to work. I know a lot of Congress people in DC that I've worked with over the years, but finding somebody on the ground there who interact with those people on a regular basis, who know, K Street going to F Street and all these different, just cultural nuances of the place. Those are critically important things. They may seem very simplistic, but those things are important. So that's part of what we're having. We're putting people in positions who have no idea. Many people live in America, they don't know what it takes to turn the light on and off.
Again,
they don't know.
Again, let me bring in Gray. Yeah, let me bring in Gray because it's very important for us to consider everything we are talking about. Akaris, then let me come to you, then we'll go to Colonel Gray. Akaris, where we are right now, we have no time to waste. If anybody tell us, like my brother Paul telling me, that just 2 years, it means that he doesn't love the president. He got no love for President Boakai. I know he was sitting with his sister, Foreign Affairs Minister Sarah Bechtel, just last week, a few weeks back. I know that. That's fine. You have a change of tone. I'm not beating him on it. That's his sister. Sarah Bechtel is his sister. But what we are saying here, Akaris, President Boakai still finds himself in the bubble that he created. It's not nobody, Akaris. You know the expectation people like you have for President Boakai when he took over? Man, they probably would do something. I know you are mad, but people expected something. I hear Seditian telling me, say, hey, the president, but 2 years? No job creation, 2 years? Your only conversation you have and say, he taking us from the dark hole. But then you go, you building party headquarters. 2 years. That's your achievement. 2 years, we are talking about thinking about 2029. No job. Gafwa don't know how to create jobs. 2 years. 2 years, corruption have gone high. And the president is selective in dealing with corruption. 2 years. 2 years. You pay Aloysius from Central Bank, Humana Pearson, Israel Akasaya, and the rest of them. You took them from 10 position, you pay them and say, you'll go and have a good night. But today you tell us the LCC is wasting time. 2 years. What was the achievement of the president? To bring back Oranto in 2 years? Yobli is now flying to Nigeria to go sit down with the Oranto man. Let me break this news. Yobli will be flying to Nigeria in the morning time, Wednesday morning. You know the president is going to Nigeria too. Yobli is on her way there to sit with Oranto at easy and to make the price right. 2 years, who you bringing for us? Sarah Lulin got to build the road for $364 million. In 2 years, we still talking about yellow machine. Where you got Austin Taylor and bring yellow machine. Lawmaker and bringing their own yellow machine. The yellow machine story down die from 21 million to 30 million in 2 years. Is that your achievement and the thing still going up? Yellow machine that you couldn't give Liberian own businessman, but you giving it to a Chinese man in 2 years? What's the achievement? And then when we talk, my brother Paul said, I did 2 years. Go for year number 3. We need to talk on this. This is not rescue. The people are happy that the budget carrying almost $1 million to pay, $100 million to pay 100 schools. They put in the budget $89.6 million to build 100 schools. Do the math. How much to build one of the schools? It's almost $1 million to build one school. Isn't that stealing? What about all the other schools we have? Teachers not getting paid. But you know, great. I can't expect to talk to us, but bringing everybody on. It's a lot.
It's a lot, Stanton. The first degree of appointment, you know, it speaks volume to the entire country. And like you said, everybody's felt that, look, this government will be doing more. The country will move forward because of experience. But how can you go appoint, with all due respect, you take Chris and put him over the culture center of the country as ambassador? You take Pretty Boy and send ambassador at large, and take the desperate hustlers and just send them across the country as the face of the country? That's the image of the country we're discussing. If these are the things that you took the citizen or the power for, quote unquote, there should be no excuse. I took Paul 6 years, 2 years into any government, no excuse. You can't be hoping going to the 10 year that may win. There is no excuse you can provide. The leadership of the country, the president takes responsibility because this is a presidential system we are running. The misplaced priorities, very serious. You have an agenda, the rest agenda. Agriculture is number 1. You've done nothing in the agricultural sector that will create job opportunities. You added no value to raw products, just zero. All of the trips, all of the contacts, nothing. To create more job opportunity, the agricultural sector will do more than just the mineral sector of our country. You know about that. That added value to raw products. Who are the caliber of people that are the faces of major land ministries and agencies of the government? Who are their friends? What their relationship out there? What can they bring back to the country? We should concentrate domestically. It's true. But has your domestic policy driven your foreign policy? Because the domestic policy must drive the foreign policy. Nothing like that. We are in Tata. Everyone grappling. And one of the reasons here, the government is a structure of loose coalition. Very loose coalition. So everyone grab their own land ministries and agencies and say, I'm on the area here because I fought for Joseph Boyka. Group of lawmakers grab land ministry and agencies that own the area here because I fought for Joseph Boyka.
Ministers will grab area and say our area here, maybe labor ministry belong to a particular political institution. And that distribution of land ministries and agencies of the government, do you know that Liberia, the Security Council that we are up to, do you know that we're supposed to send people there? Does the president even know that the people are appointing people already? Does he know that? Yes, Liberia, as a member of the non-permanent member of the Security Council, there are slots, there are seats there. People can benefit from, Liberians can benefit from, okay? But the fact of the matter, when we criticize the administration, they say, oh, you were there. No, you were there before, you were there for 12 years. I was there for 12 years, boy, I was there for 12 years. You defeated me after 12 years. You defeated me after 12 years and came back, so I will come back. Now, there's not a personal argument. Russell is here. Paul is here. All the people gather connect. But President Bouaga should be the kind of a guy, like maybe like LA, because when LA came to power, she didn't just look at Unity Party, because she had built relationship with other people, like a group, first group, Dr. Sawyer and other people, different group of people. So they brought them together. And like you said, starting right for it, when the election results were announced, the first 3, 4, 5 months, it was like, wow, when they probably do it, CDC may not even have the grounds to make strong arguments. But the government said, what's up? We don't want to say why, but we say what's up. Stand on. Look at me, Chris. If you get paid up for Chris, put it up. Look at me, Predator. Okay, look at them. These are the diplomatic faces of the country, Republic of Liberia, under Joseph Bouaga's signature, appointment by him. You can't tell me say he's not in control. Yo, IO, the president is not in control. LSCC, you're telling LSCC to fast track investigation when you pay people already, or you pay central bank, or you pay LTA people, or who are you going after? You ask Emma to resign, she resigned already, you accepted her resignation.
So great. Great.
Yeah.
So this is your diplomatic ambassador at large, right? And this is not a joke.
Well, when some of the pictures on Facebook and then sleeping on
we can go around and say, you know, I want to say this to everybody. We cannot say, listen, you can say your own, it's up to you, that your business, but this is a joke, Jacob. This is a complete mess.
And a public picture.
I'm not saying that we cannot travel and relax in business class. You know, it's good. But if you have a character like him, like this guy,
what to travel business like Remy Grill, if
you have a character like this guy, Jacob, right? Who are you going to sit down to? The man, if you put his name out, everybody right now, go on Google or AI, put Chris Onononga. Just put his name up. See what will come up for you. The man get an appointment to go and turn down the street to meet one of the ambassadors. You get an appointment to go to Europe to meet one of those ambassadors. Come to America. And they put Chris Onononga up. Tourism board chair.
He's stressing.
At the end of the day, you realize the reason why these people cannot bring back anything to Joseph Bouaga.
Yeah.
This is simple.
And
so they will go hang with the juntas. They will be right in that place and call the late shockers. And that's our problem. But let's move on. I want to welcome my brother Conor Gray. Frandela Patrick is here, the CEO for Regroup. It's good to have you guys on. Retired Corner, it's good to have you, my friend. You want to weigh in on this one before we move on? We'll give you the time, sir.
Well, Stanton, good day, my brother. As far as I know, as a country, any Liberian who wakes up and listens to these kinds of messages is nostalgic, puts you to bed. It's like the country has become the failed state that it never became under the former president. But I think in that era, we were a failed state. There's a reason why we're no longer a failed state. And the Committee of Nations are willing to do business with us. Unlike other people are looking at the glass half empty, some are looking at it as half full. And each and every individual that comes to government comes with a set of skill. albeit where they're appointed in a diplomatic circle. Maybe you can give them some orientation about diplomacy so that they can improve their conduct in the public arena. But that does not negate the fact that those individuals are not carrying on their skills. Government is making progress. People stay longer at night in the street compared to yesterday. The country is stable. Those who come to visit us feel free. I mean, they're not intimidated by thugs. So we're a country making progress. If you are seeing the glass as half empty, hey, it's also your right. But there are many individuals in Liberia today that see the country as half full, making full progress. Construction everywhere. People are sitting down on bigger circle, not Playboy circle. I mean, internationally, we're hosting conferences. We're holding conferences. We're participating in conferences that will bring more light to Liberia. We're making progress. I don't buy any of this negativity. It's nostalgic, very difficult to listen to. And if we don't change that attitude, this is our country. Imagine if somebody was talking about your home that way. How would you feel? I don't think it's necessary. That's all I have to say, Stanton.
So to just, brush off what you said, Gray, this is our country, like you said. We should also speak when we see something that is so wrong. You're selling the glass half empty, glass half full, granted, great. But our country, we are in a mess. I don't know, maybe you work a lot, so you don't see what some of us can see, and you don't hear what some of us can hear. Yeah, so I would just leave you with your own belief that the country is better off now. I'm not making any comparison to George Monowia. My comparison is with the rescue government. That's how I compare Paul Kennedy. I compare the rescue government, to their promises.
The expectation.
What you say, Brother Rosa? What you say?
No, I was just saying yes. So the expectation that they lay out.
Yes, I'm not going to bring in Joe Weah. Great, you can worry about Joe Weah and CDC. You can be so concerned that everything is different because of CDC. I know you don't let CDC fly. I'm not on a party. I own the individual and the government. Have this government created any job, Great, since 2 years? Do you have any report that the government have created any job from the Labor Ministry or the Ministry of Planning and Development, Finance? Do you have any report?
Let's reverse the psychology. Do you have any report that this government has not produced any job?
Yes. So I answer you. Can you answer me now? Do you have any report that the government created a job?
Share your report.
No, I will give you my report. I'm asking you. You answer me. Do you have any report? Great, stop, man. I don't like when you do this. Don't interrupt. Great, don't interrupt. Let me ask you a question, Colonel Gray. You come and you talk here. Let's go by.
Stand on.
Great, stop. Great, you need to stop. Great, stop. I ask you a straight up question.
Well, you need to stop, Stanton.
I ask you, Great, you must say when I argue, my man, you must say not forcing yet.
I have said my own. Brother, don't ask me.
Do you have any report? Great. Do you have any report that the government created job?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll share with you.
Yeah, but share on the show.
Civil service.
Share on the show. Where is your report?
I will do the same.
I'm asking you, Great, let me say something to you. Great, you cannot play this game.
Which game?
You're playing game.
Your game?
No, I asked you.
I will share with you.
Great. If you want to defend the government in truth. Don't defend the government by defend the government in truth.
So much job.
Okay. Where are your reports?
I will share
because you don't have share report.
Let CrossFit. I'll share with you. You share with me.
No, I'm gonna put a report up. Don't share with me. Just send it up.
Once you put it up, the onus is on me.
All right, we'll wait for you. I think everybody here, Jacob Jada, everybody here have seen the MCC report, right? As much as
CEO, you don't even have to go file with the MCC, even the government.
No, I beg you. Let me take it step by step, Jacob. Let me take it step by step. You can defend President Bouakai.
Yeah.
I about to say what the president said today. I about to say what the vice president said 2-3 weeks ago, and then Greg can decide whether or not he's listening or he just talking. We don't, you're right. We don't just come here to talk. The government have created nothing. Even today, the president is complaining. Even today, the government have created nothing. Workforce in development, with a versa, MCC report card, NA. Why mean by NA? Unemployment from 100 to 9, negative 91. Are we going to sit here and tell us that these people are making error? Ask the labor minister for the unemployment report. He doesn't have it. He's on record. Ask Gafwan, have he created any job? None. And I will play for you what the vice president said. You can't just talk because you think you.
Before I conclude, Mr. Finance Minister, please. I've been waiting for World Bank, our partner. It takes time. For the negotiation takes 2-3 years. Our people are now waiting. This government was elected for 6 years, 2 years and more. We are starting and doing well, but one of our weakness is job creation. This is a.
Does that mean that the vice president is speaking? Our weakness is job creation. Yeah. Vendetta, let me hear you, my brother. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. That the vice president said, let me say, the records are there. VP, let's hear you, sir.
So I'd like to push back a little bit with reference to your rebuttal towards Conor Gray. I want to agree with you 100% that there's no statistics from Ministry of Labor as to how many jobs were created to give us a clear picture, the level of unemployment in the country and number of jobs that are being created. And I think this is an opportunity for the government to begin to work in that direction. However, it behooves me to sit on this platform to say, since 2024, no Liberian has been hired both in the public and the private sector. If the argument is that we don't have a statistic as to how many persons got employed, or the government employed in the public and private sector, and as such, we assume that nobody got hired, then I beg to differ. If you go to Meta Steel, you listen to Minister of Labor. Meta Steel announced that they have carried on significant employment to the extent that some of us, we had a problem with that Nigerians were not prioritized. You have multinational corporations. You look in the newspaper like Firestone, like your friend and brother, Jetty, hiring people. If you go in the mountainous area, like other, companies that are operating here, you're talking about the palm oil corporations. Every year, these people hire. While it's true that we don't have the statistics, these people hire certain Liberians. The number might be minute. I will agree with you that there is very high degree of unemployment in the country. But to suggest that, Liberians have not been hired. Nobody have been hired, even in the government. The other day we had a debate here that they downsized certain people and the CSA payroll went up high. I'm looking at the statistics that other people were presenting, that more people have been hired and they pile up the payroll. If that argument is something to agree, then we also have to look at a few things. Every ministry and agency of government, they do hire every year. They got people there as consultants. You remember the president launched, I think the CSA and the government of Liberia launched for the first time, people started taking tests, in the civil service, unlike in the past where one minister will call and then they hire you. So I'm saying to you, let us agree
that there's no statistics. But to sit down here, CEO, and say for 2 years, nobody have been hired in government, they are better to this. I mean,
thank you very Fendera. You've been more reasonable. Yeah, we're coming to you, Chico. We're walking our way to you. We just get a few more steps to get to you. Fendera, you've been more reasonable. But I disagree with you. And this is my disagreement, VP. Right? Meta still say we're at 7,000 jobs. 3,000, but your son, our renew our contract, gave us 25 years. We bring 200 million and we add 7,000 jobs. That's what in the contract. They didn't say they have already added 7,000 jobs. They're telling the president, Bwaka, 3 weeks you're in front. Let me finish, sir. Sir, I beg to finish, sir, please. Number two, you're talking about administrator hiring. Great. The brother forgot so soon. The people that you talk out because you call them sedition, you bring all of them by yet. You got to balance it.
Almost 5,000 persons are taking all of it.
You got to balance it.
Unproductive people.
Excuse me, guys. Let me make my point, please. I'm not between the CDC and the Unity Party. If you won't do that, then go somewhere and do it. Let's talk about Liberia. You got to balance it, yeah.
You didn't work them little foreigner and all
There will be no reason why. There will be no reason why we sit on this show and pretend all is not well. The president alluded to that. He spoke about it. Even the Bible is speaking about it. Can I give you a penny as to why we don't have a statistic on the unemployment? You know who gave it to you? MCC. From 100% to 9%. Workforce development. Winfred Russell, you in Brooklyn Park. Workforce development. What that mean? How many people you see online? They will prepare them to go get job. When you're on unemployment, they are preparing you. In 6 months, you must get a job. Workforce development. They train you. Go get job. We get so in Liberia. That's why the MCC people put NA. Not applicable. Not available. What we can say true. Even if we want to pretend. The vice president said job that problem. The president today, he said job that problem. Then I also said they not create job, but we get no statistic. Go tell your brother. No, listen. Go tell to go ahead and give her the document. Let's bring in Jacob.
Yeah, and see, Stanton,
you understand?
I listen to Patrick. I think that's I listen to Patrick.
Patrick, let him mentor. We can't you, Patrick. Let him mentor. I beg you, Patrick. Let him mentor. Patrick, no. Patrick, you are not recognized. You are not recognized. Let him mentor. I beg you. Patrick, you're not recognized. Jacob, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, when we're talking about job creation, creating sustainable job in the economy, we're not even talking about government jobs.
Why are you laughing for? You're laughing, you know you're doing this intentionally and you're laughing on the show.
No, but I'm laughing because my grandson right here. I'm laughing at my grandson. I'm not laughing at you.
No.
I'm laughing at my grandson, Fumi.
You can't allow this to happen. You
but Fumi, but I beg you, Fumi, tell your man, I'm laughing at my grandson. I'm not laughing at you. But VP will come back to you.
No, but you don't do that.
Jacob, go ahead.
Yeah.
If VP not putting jacket, go ahead, Jacob.
When we even talking about creating jobs in an economy, we're not talking about creating government jobs, job in the government and expanding government payroll. That is wasteful. That is even unproductive because government is highly inefficient. At the first thing is a bureaucracy, right? The productivity there. The government does not run factory. It does not produce anything. I mean, most people even consider government as a leech, right? So there has to be productivity in the private sector. There where the real efficiency and productivity is. Because government does not have own money. Government run by taxes. Taxes paid by productive activity in the economy, particularly in the private sector, or from taxes and for rent. So any country, first place, I want to say, if you want to know whether a country is poor, middle income, or rich, one of the easiest tests is to go in our country and see one of the single largest employer in any country like Liberia looking is the government. You already know that poor country right there. That's the whole matter. So when you see the Liberian government, people say, "Oh, government employee going up," it's a bad sign. It's not even a good sign. It means that the country is becoming more and more unproductive. It means that the country is getting more bankrupt because as the government payroll rises, go to 330, 350 million, who will pay that bill? If the private sector is not efficient, it's not productive to be able to generate the kind of wealth required to pay government bills. So when we're talking about productivity economy, we can't be talking about, oh, to give government people job in government. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about private sector expansion. And the second point I'd like to make is that one of the main reasons, guys, where we're really struggling in this country to create jobs is because government now, and government in the past, well, let's say government now, we are not taking real practical steps to modernize the economy. That's the reality we have here, right? We talk about, for example, agriculture. Because agriculture carries one of the largest potential to employ, to create mass employment because there's an agrarian economy. Like 60% of all those in some form of livelihood in this country are involved into agriculture in the rural areas, right? So what are we doing to make the right investment in those areas to be able to rather create mechanization in agriculture, to be able to build value chain, to create access to capital for farmers, right? To create market, to do those things that we need to do to get more people productive and more people participating into productive sectors. But look at the budget hearing where ministers of finance are busy with things that will not create expansion in the economy. People talking about creating more government agency, sharing more money to government agencies.
Thank you very much. We'll come to you, Jacob. Jacob, thank you very much, guys. Let them move on. We got a lot to talk today. Again, the Oranto deal is on the table. What about that deal? Musa Benete should be joining us very shortly. The whole thing about the Oranto, I can announce that yes, indeed, the program is on our way to Nigeria. We will give you the full story on her trip to Nigeria. Is the Oranto deal any better? They are not doing any signing bonus. And this is again, those of you that I would say, those of you that would defend this wrong, please get ready to defend it. This is it. I let what Mama say. He must have had a long conversation today. He's traveling. He will be on the mall. Oranto signature bonus in 4 months. Russell. They should be paying $5 million first. But no date for the banners. This is Mame. Liberia will not get the remaining $10 million until Oranto flips, receive payment from the new company, and then pay Liberia. Paying signature bonuses like set pay. Questions? Oranto ability and commitment to invest. It set a new low and bad standard that order will follow bad business. We've been going through the paper. The information reached us. This government and the government can defend it. $7 million is sent to the House. They sent the Capitol building, including the Senate. The Senate refused their portion of the money. And Tengo Musa Ability is coming. I want to ask him. The Senate refused the portion, grade, of that $7 million. It was split between the House and the Senate. Russell, I can tell you today, last week, lawmakers then went to the bank, asked the House of Representatives members, and each of them were given $50,000. On the $50,000, they had an agreement. The bank, through the speaker and the deputy speaker, will hold back $10,000. But these guys then went there and they signed. Ask any of your lawmakers, Paul. They will give them, each representative should receive $150,000. Each representative. They will pay them in 3 installments. They have already given them the first 50. Go and ask them. And on that first 50, because they are getting the money from the bank took $10,000 back. So they're going home with 40. But before Christmas, they will get in the second 50. After Christmas into New Year, they get in the last 50. The senator refused their own. They say, not enough. What we are hearing. Our country, when people don't follow these things, I'm not going to get fair Paul Kennedy, because thank God God gave us the grace for us to have the different sources reaching out to us. To sign on the Oranto deal, to sign on the ArcelorMittal deal, to sign on the HPX, to sign on the Pavé 4, the guy coming from Sierra Leone, to sign on the different concessions. $7 million. Your representative.
Send where that money come from? From the executive or from the companies themselves?
Our information is from the executive.
This is highway robbery.
It's getting interesting here. It's getting interesting. Where you expect the executive to get it from? From those companies. So, Professor, I want to come back to you, right? Yombly is leaving Liberia tomorrow morning on ASCA. I don't want to show anything or say anything further than people will suspect our information. She's going to Nigeria, and our information she'll be sitting with Ato Easy, the Oranto guy, to discuss reason why this bill can only go through. I will leave it like that till tomorrow or Friday. You want to come and tell the Liberian people that because the country people not working, they're scared to walk on the street again, it means that the government is doing better. When your lawmaker going home with illegal money. So when we are mad because of those things. That the speaker and the deputy speaker and members of the Senate and all of them, most of them, getting money to sign on concessions. Russell, it's deja vu all over again. You can blame John Weah, you can blame Madam Sally, but there's no change, Russell.
It's unfortunate, it's beyond unfortunate. It is scary, and this Oranto deal, we all know, we've spoken about this repeatedly, how bad it is for the country. The people who are knowledgeable about a lot of the intricacies of the deal, they've also added their voices to why this is bad. And it's unfortunate that apparently it is still going through and is working its way through the national legislature, the way it will become law. I mean, our people are starving and they need a bailout. They need jobs. So to juxtapose this conversation, I mean, what we are talking about now with what we were talking about earlier about job creation, and, Jacob said it well, we are talking about expanding the private sector. I mean, lay jobs here, lay job there. Nobody is saying, we're not speaking in absolute terms, that there is no, maybe a ArcelorMittal hire 2 persons, or this other place hire 1 person or 5 persons here. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a purposeful, intentional approach to reduce waste, to create the enabling environment to expand the private sector. In Brooklyn Park, Stanton, you talk about what we call it yet? I'm blanking on it now. But when
workforce development.
There you go. Workforce development, exactly. Right? It is, to our benefit as a government entity, even at the city level, the municipal level, the county level, across the board. We have all of these workforce development institutions. They are there working with citizens, helping them with their resume, helping them with job interview skills. We're doing all of that to help them to get jobs, not with government, but these are government institutions that are doing that. Paul, you know this. They're helping them strengthening them, building their capacity so they can go out in the private sector to get jobs. You know, that's part of what we're talking about. So we're not saying that absolutely there's not one full 5 person here, one Lebanese store is hiring this person, this other person is hiring that. And plus we have people will go around. So if the Chinese construction company or the Japanese or Liberian construction company is building, you know, roads or whatever they were doing, we send people there to go find out. If you say you're going to create or you are going to hire 10 or 15 persons, we send people there to ensure that you are indeed hiring or may have hired 10 or 15 persons and they are being paid at a certain wage, you know, level. I mean, those are all of the things that we're talking about. So we want the government to support to succeed. We are supporting the government, but we have to tell it as we see it. We have to. This Oranto deal is not a good deal for us. It's not a good deal for the people. The government is not creating jobs. I mean, we need to talk about those things.
Thank you very much. Again, let me say this. Let me make this round a wonderful round. You can include the Oranto deal and the job creation. I will play what President Boaga said. Somebody said the government creating job. The president disagreeing with you. If you say the government have created job, we'll play it today. He said that today, not me. Again, we got to stop bluffing here. Okay, even the president not defending that, and I'm surprised. So we're still waiting for Conor Gray to show us his report for job creation in the country. When we get to Conor Gray, he will send us the research findings he had. Akaris, President Boaga said it's a problem. Job will not fly from overseas to come to us. And he's surprised that. I mean, he's the president, though. He's saying that, and I will play it, but 2 years there, no job.
Look, Stanton, what's the foundation upon which this government was elected? To rescue the country. In their mind, the country became an endangered species that has to be rescued. And everybody here knows what it means to rescue when people go on rescue mission. Sometimes you fail. It shows that this government has failed in terms of rescuing the country. And I will just retrospect quickly. Who is the special presidential envoy on investment? The envoy on investment for the entire country. Stand up. Operable. One of the photos you put up. The special presidential envoy on investment, representing the investment climate of the country. That the guy there. The Republic of Liberia. This is not politics. When Richard Tubble and other people sit down on table, that man will sit down. They late. When we say people say, oh, you work with CDC, well, so what? The people voted you for a mission to rescue the country. There's not a debate. But you take the investment, the entire investment phase of the country and put it in the hand of a national entity appointed by the president of the Republic of Liberia. And so I said we shouldn't beat on the president. There can be no argument about employment when the president himself and the vice president are on public record to say employment is a challenge for the administration and the bread and butter issue. They're on public record for that. Who are you to defend employment? Where are you living? In outer space? Is it a quest to seek job at the detriment and survival of the state, and you can say anything and want to defend the unimaginable? Is that how we want to? Look, you can't do that. I don't care how sycophantic you are. The MCC scorecard said from 100 you came to 9. A record. From 100 you came to 9. You provide job opportunity, you say or work permit
to foreigners. Then you say you're creating job opportunities that for Liberians. How many persons Midan still were employed? That be realistic. How many persons were Midan still employed? The agricultural sector is there. The greatest strength of this president should be in the agricultural sector from LPMC, agricultural ministry. Even when he became vice president of the Republic of Liberia, President Sadiq put him over the agricultural sector of the country. Who is the face of the agricultural sector of the country? These are critical questions that we might be able to ask ourselves. Bunch of unserious people running the affairs of the country in critical issue areas. When you read it, you say, oh, the other people that were there. No, the people voted the other people out.
Thank you very much.
1% they voted them out. It's your responsibility. Now, the totem is going to Nigeria, Oriental. It's a shame. Even take the protein out, the executive negotiate all of these things. When you change
$7 million is up for grab, and I would say this is an embarrassment to our country.
The entire country, the president going out to negotiate.
You can call your representative, call them. They went to the bank. Whether they are minority or majority, opposition or imposition, call any of them. In the past 2 weeks, if they didn't sign up for $50,000. And this is an embarrassment. And I asked some of them, I said, man, you can't do this. I said, the person will go to the bank for our money. Knowing very well they are going to the bank to sign up for this money for the purpose to sign up on the document. Fubi, I played the first video. People said, but why the president reading instead of speaking from his heart? And it just caught me, Fubi. So we come to you, maybe you can explain it though. The person he was like reading from the paper. He wasn't speaking from his heart. As if to say the president actually not mean anything he's saying. To be frank, let's see. Let's
Job creation is very important. There's no way we're going to go through this country this long without creating jobs. As I told you quite often that a lot of young people train, prepare to work, need jobs. Some people believe that all these jobs must come to the government. It's not possible. So let's do everything. I don't see the NIC man yet here. No.
The person looking for an NIC man. The president, I see the NIC man. So the president, so they did what they said, and thank God, they said the president had his topic point, right? Fubi, everything he was going to talk about. So when he read that, then he explained why you are up and down like this. But the president, even the NIC mean what? National Investment what? We're not hearing you, Greg. What you say? National Investment Commission. I see the NIC man. Listen, guys, they're not facing this, right? I don't think people in the government really respect President Bouaka. It's the issue of some of them even come close to respecting the president. The president talking about job creation, the NIC man disappeared. The president said the young people. He's saying that the young people. Doesn't mean. So when people come out and say they created a job but we don't have the document, then shut up. Because the only document we have that what we should speak to, right, Fubi? Fubi, your time to talk. The one that we get, that the one we talk to, the one that you don't get, don't tell us, say, well, you don't get it, but you tell us, say, it's dead. Well, what kind of sense is that? You don't get it, you don't get it. Don't make me go in La La Land and think that you get it. It ain't dead. The one that we get from MCC, from the America investment something, that what we should speak to. As a professional person, that what you would do. That imagination government will run in. Maybe they get it, but they're hiding it. Are you serious? President Bouaka said no job. Jeremiah Cruz said no job. Then who are you to say we get job? We have created job. Sometimes you won't even defend the government. I don't know how to do it. You go to Fubi school. Fubi, I mean, this is embarrassment. This is embarrassment, yeah. Fubi. Like you are talking, I'm talking to nobody, I'm talking to you, Fubi.
Yeah, so, yeah, no, but on a serious note, like I always say, and I've always said this about, the government, the president has acknowledged the shortcomings of the government, where they want to see the government move in the country. So that in itself means a lot, that the president can recognize that there are a lot of shortcomings and they're working towards trying to put solutions to solve them. So citizens must also realize that and stop being blind loyalists, because you're not helping. It's not about praise singing, because you can sing all the praises you want, you can do all the defense you want, but at the end of the day, the real thing on the ground is what's going to affect the people. So the people are your greatest, propagandists. It's not about how well you speak or how eloquent you are. The people must feel the impact. And this president is not living in utopia. He understands and he realizes that there are actual issues, and he's pushing, and he even every time says them to say that, look, these are the issues and we need to address them. And also trying to use the vice president to also see how you can also address these issues. That's key. For me, that's one of the most important things, because self-realization is key to solving your many problems. If you don't realize that you have issues, you will definitely not have solutions. And that's the contrast to the CDC government. They didn't realize that they had issues. And until a few of them knew, but most of them on a larger scale didn't care. They thought it was forever, the lifetime presidency, until they were caught pens down. So this government has realized that there are issues and they have to push to solve them. And that's why they have these kind of cabinet meetings and they highlight these things and they point them out. So all well-meaning Liberians should also be able to question the government and re-emphasize these things. And that's why I always tell the government, you have to focus on the economy. You have to focus on the private sector. And Jala was right. We can't be talking about job creation, we're talking about government employing people. No. It's the private sector development, because it's the private sector that funds the government. So we need to force the government into private sector growth. That's how we want to change and improve the country. So we want to encourage the president to drive most of the attention in that direction. And don't forget about all the opposition talk. They will keep talking because they didn't do any better. But
Fubi, how many cabinet meetings you remember President Burger have had? How many cabinet meetings?
No, I'm not following them, but I think they have more than 4 or so.
Every time the president go for a cabinet meeting, the president talk about yeah, we still counting. We give the number.
Fubi the great.
The president is a president that have cabinet meeting more than any other president in the history of Liberia. What come out of it?
No, we see.
Listen, the president repeats himself. Let's stick with the job. This president repeats himself in the cabinet meeting every other day. The only time it was different when they talk about the yellow machine, and it's still not coming. We're waiting till next year. The issue is that, right? And that's what I'm saying. Some guys in the government, they care less about government job. They're just there because they don't want to stay in America with their wife and children. So they use the government job to go to Liberia and go hustle. They don't want to stay here. They use that as something that they can just slip away and tell the family, say they are get job in Liberia. Look at every cabinet meeting, the president will call for how you call it, job creation. Where? You gotta fire Gafwan. Gafwan is a mess. He will never be create job. Look at Gafwan sitting and looking at the president and saying, Papa, I gotta go. Just look at Gafwan. Gafwan is a failure.
Yeah, man, Gafwan.
Who's supposed to put things in place for job creation? Who's supposed to help?
NRC, Commerce are the two key entities. The National Investment Commission, the Commerce Ministry are the 2 key entities that are going to drive.
You're not for finance there. You're not for development planning.
Finance runs the economy.
You're not for development planning. You forget he is.
I said the 2 key entities that will drive investment.
Name them all. You all don't want to play this smart thing. You not say 2 key. Say 2 key. Development planning is there. Ask for Kennedy. Let me say this to you, right? People know that Gafwan is a failure. You can take your pick. That's my position. When I say this thing, I mean it. Under Gafwan, there will be no job creation. You know who was saving Gafwan before Paul Kennedy came in? Madam Salih. But I'm saying so do all the way and take Gafan say son right here. Because I just put that he was a puppet to Madam Salif. Gafan put $95 million in the budget, he said that human error. You know that as of today, Gafan not even signed on the Asara Mita thing yet, the president still waiting for him. I mean, they're not facing it, man. There's a lot going on. President Boga, it will be halfway the president of Mecca with the same group he got. Poking the crowd every day. We in Washington, D.C. Y'all can't we that know the people. Poor Kennedy, don't look at him like that. He can walk in congressman in office for common. Poor Kennedy not put sanction on people and all. They work with him. They put sanction on people without calling their name. The boy is a bad boy.
Bossy secret to know.
Because he get connections. He and Wilfred Russell have connections. Use them. But you go pull hustler that Chris Onunga. You pull him down somewhere. And then you say go be tourist in the man stealing all the money already. He must be tourist in both chair. $12,000. The man go steal that $12,000 USD. Fuck, talk to me, man. Talk to me. Let's go around.
Well, to clear the air, I'm put sanction on anybody. Anyone in like bro who got sanction, they walk their way to their own sanction.
You get that.
Yeah, I didn't ask for sanction, but of course you have to do the right thing. But Stanton, here are two key things. The president has an insight of what's happening. And in medicine, in mental health, when a patient walks in the door and you ask them, you do their mental status as assessment, and you ask them for their condition and they say nothing wrong with them, I don't care what medicine you offer, that patient will not get well because they've not acknowledged, they've not gotten insight of their situation. So let's give that to the president. At least the president has an insight that things are not going in the direction he figures it should go. Instance, he cried and said, we're not creating jobs. We are not providing opportunity for our young people. I mean, he listed several things that are on that tape. But the president, one of the things that I hope the president knows is that to create job, you need to attract development financing. I mean, there are several development financing, but our people keep going to the World Bank and IMF. There are other people that you go to for development financing, including private investors, including Fortune 500 executives. But then you also have to attract foreign direct investment and then negotiate package for aid. There are several aid packages that are offered where the US cut down most of those. So now you should be looking into Europe, saying you know that the US is limited. But you also need to find partnership, multinational collaboratives that will help to bring resources your way. And you could use that to support some of your tourism, some of your agriculture, and even some of your infrastructure development projects, right? Other countries are doing it. This country has already opened the door. The president did very well by creating attention in the United States. While we see that the Americas, especially the United States, is currently holding on how much money she can give out, but they already told you, if you got something that we are interested in, tell us, we'll come there and buy it. You see that Donald Trump is big on minerals, on rare minerals. He's putting money in that direction. He's not going to give you his money for free, for sure. It's not like the Bill Clinton or the Obama that was giving out money for free. But you already know, whatever will make America progress is what this government is going to support. And to do that, find your areas to see, we have this, we want to invest in it. This is how America will benefit. This is how we will benefit. And I don't believe that job creation is the same as employment. I don't want to believe that, because you could have 50 positions in government and you remove 25 and you put 25 in that position. Although you've employed 25 person, you have not created jobs, right? So, and I think it was Stanton or Russell who talked about it. You cannot look to government to create jobs. And we keep doing that in Liberia and think we want to grow and progress. As long as you don't expand the private sector, whatever you do in public sector, you are only repeating what is already existing. And Liberia has really focused on enlarging the government sector, which is not a good presentation of us as a country. So listen, there are a lot of opportunity. When I say don't get this, the government still has the ability to be able to look out there, to reach out to other people to see how we can get it. And
you are saying the truth. I'm not mad when you say it.
No, but you're mad when I say the government get 3-4 more years.
Yeah, that the year when I talk about, I want it now. That's there. I get mad when you say government get 4 more years.
We have to build on what we have. And listen, President Sally attracted some of the most amount of money in Liberia. You know how she did that? Financed for her area. President Boakai era is agriculture. He should succeed in agriculture. After this president term, I will look at the agriculture, industrial infrastructure development. If I don't see that, I will be creating.
Don't wait after. I beg you, my brother. 2 years now, what have you seen in agriculture? Why do you want us to wait after?
We'll send you to
listen. But Stento, you made something here that I need to get clear. You said each of the lawmakers should get 150,000. If we are saying that, it's not going to be 7 million. It's going to be 15.4 million. So are they going to get 15.4 million? Because 103 of them is 103 of them and 150,000 per piece. If you multiply that by 150,000, 103, you're talking about 15.4 million.
So
is that the money they're trying to get from the investment deals across the country? That's a whole lot. So please expand on that a little bit.
Paul. Whenever you talk, people can hear your PK crying. I think that boy is a distraction to you.
It's not a distraction to me.
I think, yeah. Because pocket follow. I think that begin distracting you, Paul. Yeah. Let people play video game in the room. He's distracting you. The issue is that the first cut, 50,000. Call in on your lawmaker and the representative, that is senator. Because the senator is still moving back and forth. And great know this story. They should be giving them the second 50,000 before Christmas. Call them. What the chief of staff of senators, representatives, so plan. You're not here today. Call them.
I'll call my Popolo district representative.
Criticism.
Let bring in Conor Gray. Conor Gray.
Stanton, when you are discussing anything with validity or seriousness, don't appear angry. Just lay down, in a way where, but you're talking with all the millions of veins stretching your face, talking about as though you're angry. I'm not referring to no, listen to me. I'm referring to a carrot. When you are talking serious matter, don't act like you're referring to I know.
I was fine with on the show. My friend, I love you on the show. You stand up here more. You escape.
I know it's very annoying for a government to come and kick you out of power. That you can never forget. That's a story. That's an experience you go down. You're 6 feet width. But you know what? If you are discussing,
you run at the internal government. I told you from power.
Great. Akaris, your cousin chance to talk about begging.
Yeah, the man, why you the mentor, but you ran away.
Akaris, give your cousin chance to talk. Because the man will interrupt, and I don't want him to be interrupting too.
Tell cousin speak.
No. The thing about it is, I don't even know whether Yomble has told anyone she was going to Nigeria to meet Oranto. I don't even know. Because Oranto is from Nigeria, we presume that Yomble is going to Nigeria. We deduce. That's faulty way of reasoning. Until I can see it in a report that Yomble said, I'm going to go meet Oranto, why go there if she has the capacity to bring the guy in? All these kinds of mishaps and misinformation. But you see, we're cherry picking from the World Bank report. We're not looking at
the misinformation about the trip.
My friend.
But why are you saying?
My friend, give me a chance. Let me talk. When you're defeated, how you jump into people discuss.
What are you when you lost the job and ran away America?
Oh man, you childish, man. 12 years in the legislature.
Mayor point, man. We gotta move
on. Exactly too. Look, when you come from that legislature, you're supposed to be a civilized guy. When people see you, they see seriousness. But
we gotta go to Vandana Patrick. Get back to the issue, please.
I need to fly over. I can't teach you how to be serious sometimes. But here's the deal: we're cherry picking the negative part. This government is, has embarked on a full-pronged opportunity to expand the private sector. Nobody will pick that. Go to Greg, one minute, Greg Tower's report. Tower report outlined exactly what this government is doing. There's a roadmap. They talk about 4 prongs. Talk about stimulating our labor demand by increasing agro processing, and then enabling farm growth. Farm growth is providing financial, regulatory, and technological support to businesses. Modernizing the business environment. 4, expanding the labor participation. When you set up to build the Burj Khalifa, one of the tallest buildings in the world, you can finish it in 2 weeks. It's probably a 6-year project. By year number 6, then you start counting on the gains made or the losses made. But you just gump on this government just came into power amidst rampant destruction of the country, trying to stabilize the process. Then you can move on with your own. The government has up to next year to be able to stabilize our country thoroughly before they start making progress on their own plan. But they have a 4-prong that was infused into the World Bank report. Nobody looking at that one. We only go and look at the aspect that make our case that the government is failing. No, this government is not failing. Whether you want to accuse me of going to find a job, every time I come on this station, I'm in my office.
Thank you.
And somebody made me mad when I posted some of my monthly income.
Thank you, Brad. We'll talk about your personal issue later, Colonel Gray. Thank you. We'll talk about your personal issue next time. Don't discuss it here. It may be mad. Don't discuss your personal stuff.
Let's not make this personal. Move to the
next. But you saying that you posted your personal stuff, and I deleted that because we know what to do.
That's fine. That's fine. Somebody want to say
But then let's bring you in for that.
So whether or not you like it,
let's bring you on.
Country first.
So sometimes we have to be careful with respect to the dignity we apply when we try to push back with other people's opinion rather than categorizing them as people unfoundedly defending something that is not right. I'm making this statement, when my brothers were in the CDC, then I was in the US in school, when we criticize and advance recommendations, like I always do, at that time, they branded me as opposition, even though we campaigned against the UP, but then and brought into power. When we criticize and advance recommendation, they say, oh no, we were opposition. Today, we are saying you did not listen to us. That's why you are in opposition. We have to be clear here, CEO and all of you. A government is just not an individual. One of the issues why this country will be very difficult to develop is the compromise within the national legislature. I have said consistently, a very powerful national legislature can make this country work. The legislature is the only body that can impeach the president, impeach member on the Supreme Court bench, can declare a public official, government bond if they decide through their oversight. Why are they not doing that? We are talking about Oronto deal. Oh, the people it will pass. Mind you, statistically in the Senate, more opposition lawmakers are there. Even in the lower house. Look, CEO, I take you back to the United States. Where you went, you saw down, they shut down. The members of Congress, the opposition bloc, they held on to certain things, demanding President Trump to do X, Y, Z, or else they will not affix their signature. Even though they not get all, but guess what? The score is significant mark. There were compromises, but it benefited vast majority of the people. Unlike here, we don't know whether we have an opposition legislature, you know, or members who are in opposition in the legislature. They can really defend, you know, what their political parties tell them to do. On the issue of the president making a statement that there are problems, I do agree. This is what we always ask for. One of the first steps towards building a society is admitting of guilt, or admitting that there are problems, and you move to solve them. So when a leader of the country says, look, a lot of people are complaining. How does the president know that people are complaining? Because we come here, we beat on them every day, and they are getting the statistics, and people are calling. When you open the phone line, people say there's no job. People are listening. So nobody expected it. You expected the president to have come here and say, hey, we get a good job. And we're not what? But let me just conclude on this. On the issue of statistics, and I want to maintain, this is a position I will not change. Look, we have a problem with statistics. But right, I think this discussion should claim the attention of the Ministry of Public Works. We must have a department, I don't know whether it's there, not just within the public sector, but in the private sector. Right now, you go to many operational, you know, banking institutions, commercial banks. I've been on their website. I don't see statistics. There are now commercial banks in this country. I have not seen statistics of the job that they have created. But it is clear that many of these banks, they do hire people, you know, to manage their branches, you know, their growing loan portfolio, and expand other digital services. It will happen. I mean, it happens. But we cannot come here and say, you know, the people didn't great job, they didn't do anything. I'm speaking specifically in the private sector. That is the kind of problem that we have. A society that wants to address the issue of unemployment, you have to use statistics. You should have to have the data. But on the issue of the Minister of Finance, CEO, I don't think, you know, the other day I was asking, I don't know whether you and Kafwan passed somewhere. I don't really know about that. And I'm taking about because when I said on this show that the University of Liberia should be audited, if our Minister of Finance, before I give you any money, we'll have to audit the University of Liberia. One made a statement and everybody going, oh yeah, the man that look, CEO, we have to be very clear here. The government will not continue to spend money. We say that there must be. You here, for example, have received so many money.
So can we move on now? We now go to the fifth different topic, VP. I beg you, can you wrap it up?
So what I'm saying is that when we are making some allegation reference to what people do, we also have to be very careful as to how you construe other people's opinion. I have my right to say jobs have been created because it's not possible just from your own assessment. You come here, you say something. Many of the things we say, we don't have statistics, but we say, oh, the person is corrupt. But it's not possible for a banking institution to operate 2 years and they don't create jobs. They don't hire new employees. This is the point I wanted to make, including other companies. But we don't have the statistics, and as such, we cannot sit there and conclude that no jobs have been created. That is the point of my opinion.
Great up over there. Before we bring in Jacob, let me ask you a question. You just said we don't have statistics in the whole Republic of Liberia, right?
I'm saying, yes, there's no statistics from banking institutions that I checked their website, how many persons that they have employed, including the government Minister of Labor. There's nothing to show.
Do we have any statistic on the unemployment in our country or the employment record in our country? Do we have any?
I just told you I didn't see it.
Good.
We don't have unemployment and employment statistics.
So since we don't have it, it means that it does not exist. We cannot just think that it is there. And that's my argument. Till the government can give it to us, right? The MCC have shown us the workforce development not applicable, zero, nothing. On employment opportunity from 100%, it came down to 9%. That's the only records we have. The American investment, let me finish, my brother, begging you, put out their own report talking about private investors. They got to bribe people. And you know that, Jacob, you read that report, the investment report. They got to bribe people. They got to twist arm. There's no way we can sell it. It's not there, it's not there. And that's my argument. So when people want us to imagine that maybe it's there because the person hired, they show to us. It's the government to blame. I can't blame you. You cannot blame me. The government is failing to give the report because the only thing we've been hearing this government talking about, Jacob, is to sell work permit for 3,000, sell work permit for 7,000, sell work permit to foreigners, sell work permit. That's the only thing.
You're selling Liberian jobs.
So CEO, let me just say something in conclusion. Yes, CEO, in conclusion, I agree with you. And my friend who are on this platform, guess who is beating the Minister of Labor and opposition? I mean, a certain ally of the ruling party is the one champion in our call that, I mean, or jobs have been sold. But CEO, you want to know that employ 2 years, Spoon Network has employed people. You know that, right? So you're contributing towards the employment in informal sector and formal sector. That's from Spoon Network. You have employed a lot of people in 2 years. So imagine how many other companies are doing the thing. But we don't have the statistics because there are no statistics.
Again, Pandela Patrick, not in 2 years. Since 2018, we have employed a lot, you're right.
Exactly. That's why you can't call it job creation. Clinton is not creating new jobs. Clinton is only employing people because he's been existing since 2018.
Let's go to Jacob. The president tell you that he got problem, no job creation. Then I mean, talk to the vice president said he got problem, job. Gaffron will never create job. Gaffron is a BM. You won't tell me what will happen between Gaffron and myself. Don't worry, leave it. Gaffron is a BM. Gaffron is a scammer.
But CEO, you don't have the fact to say it's
Listen. I don't want to say what I really want to say. I don't want to say what I really want to say, right? Because President Baga bringing this upon himself. If this president if you got a serious president, right? In 2 years, you got Ambassador Elijah jumping around and smoking and running behind people party. In 2 years, you got bring no investment in the country and President Baga hanging out with that. President Baga is not serious. Let's be frank. There will be no reason to have a serious president. No. I beg you guys. And I think But then you finish now. I'm going to Jacob. I beg you, sir. Please. Right? We cannot. Yeah, let me go to Jacob. I beg you. Our country situation today. We don't need no lazy president. We don't need no poklokpo, no dragging president. We need somebody that is proactive, that hands-on. President Bouaka, it's okay. He's a grandfather. He's Uncle Joe. He loves to take his own time. Then if he loves, Liberia is not waiting for him. We are at a crossroad. People's lives on the line. Children are going to school. People are going to bed hungry. We need a president that will be innovative. We need a president that will be spotted on day one and take that 3 a.m. call to fight against poverty, to fight against the laziness from Gaffron that he's not creating jobs. LRA, guess what happened? They are taking SOEs to court because they are not contributing. Are you concerned? Can the president pick up his phone and call the NPA managing director, Sekou Dukle, and summon him? Give me a reason why you're not contributing. Can this president pick up the phone and call LPRC? Liberia needs no lazy president. The president got about 4 more years left. The people brought you in to rescue, to be that Rambo, to be that gladiator. Leave no stone unturned. fight poverty, fight the unemployment, fight the bad healthcare system, build roads and create roads, fight corruption in every sector. Whoever on the land, fight them, take them out. Today the president saying LCC should fight because and bring the tenure conversation up. Mr. President, you pay the tenure people. You pay them off. You set them free. Why you putting on LCC? Liberia don't need no lazy president. The president got to step up. Look at his surrounding. Mr. President, you good. Let relax, watch. Yeah, that boy a good boy. Mr. President, you good. Let the other thing, they will bring the car for you. Hey, the man, in my interest, Mr. President, I spoke to Gabon president. They sending you $2,000-$3,000. They sending you bulletproof car. We don't need that kind of president. The president said he went to France, Jacob. He sat down with Macron. He had a good meeting. What he came back with? Going to 4 weeks. Macron asked you to sign a Saramita. They will give you $200 million. The president has not signed that paper yet. How can a foreign president trust our leader? How? Gafan refused to sign on it because Gafan is creating their own company. The whole thing is messed up. And after my brother Gray said, well, I have not seen a Gray. Not everything I hear and see gonna agree. I will share with us in the chat room. I was sharing document on the show. It called the national security of the country. Put it in Z2A. You don't know that. I decided not to be sharing national security issue. So not everything I see you will see great. You can believe it or not. We discuss this issue. We bring it a book. So my brother Jacob, our country is sliding because of the president we have. The president got to wake up. The president got to have, like the Maryland senator said, James Banning. The president got to have a spine. A spine. James Banning said it. The president is dereliction of duty. You're looking around for your National Investment Commission. You're looking around saying, man, what's that? You having a cabinet meeting, the key people that are supposed to be there. Have you considered the NIR, the National Identification Register? Do you know what happened? The committee that was set up? Have you asked yourself on the inflation committee when the president brought in Jeremiah Cohen and said, you heard this? Why things are so high in the country? Do we have that report? We acting like first CDC. The CDC in the past. I'm driving, I'm looking forward, I'm not looking back to CDC. CDC is in the past. Go and fight them. I will fight the government that I created. I will fight the government that God has blessed us to be part of, that they can make the right thing and do the right thing. I'm not fighting CDC. The government will fight CDC. I'm on 295. Jacob, I'm on I-95. I'm driving so hard. I got to keep focused. If I keep on looking in the rear view mirror, guess what? I will crash. I will have an accident. I cannot be like this. I cannot be looking back. I got to look forward ever, backward never. If anybody want to look back on CDC, it's up to you. The Liberian people will make a decision. But right now, Jacob, is to look forward and tell Mr. President, wake up. You're too slow. You are too slow, Mr. President. Be proactive, be innovative. Fight for Liberia. Jacob, talk to me.
I think it's a passionate point, and I think I agree on most part. Look, for someone who live in the country, we base here. You wake up in the morning, you live in your home, you go around on a hustle, you pass in the community. I mean, you can see the hopelessness rating on many young people's faces. To be honest, I mean, let's put the politics one side. You can be party is irrelevant at this point. But as a country, we are not taking time off. This is like a crisis, in the country. Especially when you talk about youth unemployment and hopelessness among young people. Many young people graduate from University of Liberia, and many other universities across technical schools, and people don't have opportunities in the country to be able to find job. some people who want to go into businesses, they want to build their own businesses. You know, it's just difficult. You know, and I can see, I listen to the president, you know, listen to the vice president. You know, there may be sympathetic people around them trying to, you know, pressing things are going on, but you know, they recognize, you know, how difficult things are. And recognizing is one thing, but I really think this unemployment thing, this private sector expansion thing really need to come on the front burner. Like, you know, we need to really mobilize the full weight of the country, the government, everyone behind that problem to try to really solve it. You know, and I think if it means that the president start to, you know, reshuffle the cabinet, try to bring people on board who have the experience, the expertise, you know, required to really solve this problem, then we should do it. If it means let's go find some business people who have experience in building companies, you know, bringing investment, let's go find them. You know, let's find them, people who have practical experience creating jobs. Let's find in agriculture, in hospitality, in real estate, anywhere Liberians, let's find them. Let's get, you know, political party blind at this moment to really, otherwise, you know, if all these young people, because I can tell you, many young people, politics now, you see everybody trying to be politician, young people in the country, I think it's a sign of crisis because after 20 years, everybody get hopeless. Okay, all these political parties now, they've come here, no here, no take. Now the next thing people now start forming vigilante around here and it become a national security issue. We're talking about spending $150 million in a budget on security sector. You can imagine that kind of thing. I will say we're preparing for some kind of war on the border or something like Iraq or something. So that budget will keep going up and we'll not be investing in the right area. So I think this unemployment thing with youth unemployment is serious. It has security implication on the country and we really need to be serious. And I don't think the president cabinet, he has 8 cabinet meetings now. The president cabinet, you have not been able to solve the problem. They failed in that area of solving the employment and job creation issue. To be honest. So there has to be a fundamental change of mind. There has to be a U-turn in the way we do these things. People in the president cabinet, Minister of Finance, Minister of Commerce, people in the key sector, investment commission, they are not able to solve this problem. Let's find business people, let's find people with history of building company, building business, creating job. MCC right here, we're talking about MCC. The city is dirty. You know, many creative things can happen. I listen to some people turning waste into energy, into all kinds of to create jobs, you know, enterprises. What are the creative ingenuity of Liberia, both in and out? We need to forget about the UPT, UP running, trying to run beyond CDC people because they vets and all that kind of thing. So you people worried that they could lose their job and say, who care less about that? You lose your job.
And that is the thing. When the president said nobody might think about 2029, Jacob, right? The president said it. Nobody thinking about 2029, but the president himself thinking about 2029 now.
Yeah, that's the thing. When the young people unemployed,
the president said don't think about 2029. Let's do the job for the Liberian people. The only thing the people ask them, Wilfred Russell, we are putting you there, Papi. We know you 80 years old, you 79, you 80. Today now you 81. You get 4 more years to go, you'll be 85. Getting all of the next election, you'll be 86. Whether you decide to run or not, Papi, can you face it today? Can you help face off the problem today? The Papi said, I will bring people that will help me fix it. Everybody that did cover who, look at the road, the Papi for $364 million. Imagine, the man has no capacity. The man says he's waiting for Gambia to pay him money. Then he will take some of that money and bring it to Liberia. Can you imagine who took such a person to the president? And why the president bought into it? And that's when we started the conversation. 12 years. When was President Bouakai connect? I can show you my connect. I can. You have your connection. When people come to Minnesota, you find ways for them to meet senators and representatives on the state level, and even beyond, fire chief, police chief. You also, you do that. Why is President Bouakai connect? Let us open our minds. You put the country in the hand of play ball and play girls. And you want the country to improve. I mean, this is an embarrassment. President Bouaka should wake up. And I would be the one to say publicly, I don't insult the president. I would never do so. But if the president is sleeping, they gotta wake him up. The president will be 85, going to 86 years old during the next election. What would be that legacy? Can anybody point to something Oranto that the president friend, Ato Easy, attended the president's son's birthday party? Under the president as vice president, they gave him a free all black that he fled for $200 million. Today, the president is in the captain chair. He's the president. He brought back Oranto. And you say that somebody brought Oranto. That president brought back Oranto. The president knew that he was the president of the Senate when the first Oranto D passed. The president talking about the NIR, we get that tomorrow. The National Identification Registry, you know what the people are asking for? Something that Liberians can come together to do. They are asking for 70% and giving Liberia 30%. 10 years. The documents are there. The president told my in-law, Kofi Woods, and make him, let me announce it to the people who don't know, Kofi Woods, my in-law, and make him to be the chair on that committee. I mean, look how the country is running. Then you'll say that Jowea, leave me with Jowea business. We talk about Jowea Russell when Jowea won't come back, eh? When he started doing all the campaign, we deal with Jowea. Leave me with Jowea business. Let's talk about President Bouaka that we beg the Liberian people to vote for. Leave me with Alexander Cummings. You'll say you ain't wanting your brain to 1%. When Alexander Cummings on the campaign trail, we talk about FUB. Leave me with your political leader. Leave me with Mr. Leno, man. The man that said everybody will get $500 from Paul Kennedy. Mobile. Leave me with him. Election time, we're talking. The Liberian people depend on you and I. They say we trust your President Bouaka will do better. You put 89.6 million in the budget to build new schools. You think that only building? You do the math. To build 100 new schools. You know how much it will cost for one new school? You go in Buffalo to spend $100 million to build one new school? If you can follow the news, you'll get up and follow the news. Paul, they're going to Buffalo County. If you want to build 100 new schools, and the budget is set aside, it's $89.6 million. How much to build one? You do the math. How much you will be spending on one building? What about the other school and there? Students sitting on the floor. We can't take care of that. To put building up for people to eat. Person gotta wake up. I'll go back to my friend, brother, and I will close on the one. Sekou Dukle. A man making almost $40 million at the port. But you're not sending 1 cent to the budget. Is that good governance? Have you asked yourself why? Or Sekou Dukle from Minnesota? All the lawmakers they're arguing why the people are not contributing to the budget. And what the president is saying? Nothing.
So why is the let me ask you though, why is the NPA untouchable, or is the NPA untouchable? Why with all of these allegations flying around? We had the Chinese folks came here, even Mr. Dukle was on here, and there were a lot of allegations flowing around. You talked about him or the National Port Authority bringing in about $40 million annually. Why is the NPA not contributing to the national coffers? Why is it not being invested? I mean, why? I mean, I'm asking the question. Anyone can sort of answer. I mean, the
NPA, the first year, 2024, they took home around $25 to $30 million. They say on that money, they spent between 14 to 17 million on operations, which includes salaries and other stuff, right? They ask them for the balance money. They say, well, other people owe them. So for example, you have custom, you have LRA owe them. So it's like a revolving door, we give and take. We don't need to give you the money. And they put something small there. You got to understand. To me, it's a game. We roll over to 2025. 2025 budget, they say we can't do it. When they ask them why, they say because we are spending those ports. But imagine now, that's not any one reason. You know who should be doing that? You know who should? They say we open, and this is simple 2026 argument. And Paul Kennedy, you get very with the argument that they open, Sekou say he open a separate account. The account, the money that's also going to you were in the house, that money so go to the consolidated account or account of the government, whatever account it goes. Sekou say, no. I open my own account. I will put the money that we get enough, then we expand the port. And what's everyone doing with that account? That Kuku Jumuku. So LRA got mad and took these people to court. And the Justice Ministry trying to defend them. You can get mad because that's a government lawyer. But what is President Bouakai saying? How will we improve, right? If you get an entity like NPA, LPRC, went to the bank and took loan, you was around with that story. Our friend.
No shortfall. How can you imagine that? What a contradiction. They did not contribute to the budget. Then the minister argued that there is no budget shortfall. And we talking to stupid people? Think about that.
I have a couple of questions. So and some to Jacob. And Jacob, thanks for bringing that up. You know, I think many folks have seen my post. I posted. I hosted Jefferson Koji year in Minnesota. Even President Bouakai before he became president, and Jefferson Koji when he was mayor. Talking to our solar farm here in Brooklyn Park. We have the largest government-owned solar farm in the state. To show him the possibility of expanding solar energy. We also went to our waste management plant and looking at examples from Florida and other places, how we can turn the massive waste we have in Liberia into energy, into 44,000 gigawatts of energy. Brought the current mayor here. He came to the Brooklyn Park. We visited those places and just look at the possibility. We have a plant here. We have a sorting facility.
Yeah, you did all of that.
And we talked about this earlier, Paul. No follow through. Nobody heard. Nobody heard from them as we are burdened with serious waste and sanitation crisis. In our capital city. And when you talk about it, folks say, "Oh, because you want to be mayor." So because I want to be mayor, that means I cannot critique or suggest to them what we can do, some promising practices. We talk about job creation, and Jacob, this is the stuff we talk about. That means we talk about ways to create jobs, turning all of that waste that we have in the country into job. We brought them here. We showed them the possibility. We're working with them, and say, okay, how best can we help you all to turn things around, to help our country to turn things around? They were not interested because you're not a unity partisan. But let me ask you, though, Jacob, and maybe Stanton and anyone can chime in. You talk about having someone with business experience, business bona fides. So the two folks who, at least for now, we're not sure whether they they are going to be running. At least Musa has said he's going to be running. I think Mr. Cummings too said that too. But both of them come with strong business experience. Both of them come with creating jobs, working in the private sector. Stanton, this to you, and then to Jala. So why can the president, and the president, a lot of the folks in the government, Stanton, way better than I do. Why can the president reach out to these two individuals to help him, help his government to create jobs. And to you, Jacob, what is the difference between Mr. Cummings and Mr. Ability? What can they contribute to building the private sector in Liberia, and how are they different?
I can add to that question, may I? I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Jacob, some of you in Fangalo, I'm told that you also have experience working in high-level government position. Is nothing wrong to go back to former president? Is United Party doing anything to harness some of the experience, the contact from Madam Salif? She's right there to Fish Market. Are they reaching out to her to know how she did it?
Good point.
Yeah,
good point, Paul. Thanks.
So, but we would not be the only one to answer the question. Let's bring in Fangalo and maybe Patrick and Fubina can weigh in. This is just a crossfire time. We just engage each other.
Yeah, so but my first question was to you, Stanton.
Yeah, but what's your question? I'm sorry, I was on the phone trying to take someone off. I beg you, can you repeat your question?
You weren't paying attention to me, Stanton.
I was on the phone. I beg you, sir. I had to take somebody out.
Always distracting his grandson. Can distract him like that. Not focus.
Okay, Stanton, yeah, but we talking serious issue here. You on the phone?
No. Okay, let me tell you the reason why I'm on the phone, right? Let me play this if you want me to. Somebody sent me a recording, one of our sources, which is important, is about the money they're charging Paramount Chief and Town Chief. I was listening to it to play it, and that's why I got distracted. Right. But talk to me. I'll play it later. Talk to me. What's your question, Russell?
Okay, so so we will come to Mr. Wanoke Fangalo, and then to Jacob and whoever can answer the question. But the first question that both Paul and I are asking, but the first one to you was that you have Mr. Cummings there. We all know his business credentials. We all know Mr. Ability. You know Mr. Ability personally, his business credentials and all of that. You know many of the power brokers in the Unity Party government. Why aren't they, or are they reaching out to Mr. Cummings and Mr. Ability to help them with this whole job creation thing that we're talking about? And then Paul added to it by saying, like even in this country and many other places, people will reach out to former presidents, former leaders, and ask them and bring them on. Say, hey, you know what, Madam Salif, it is known widely how vast your network is, your connections are. You have Hillary Clinton on speed dial, and
so don't go too far. A couple of things. President Bouaka needed serious support in the second round of the election. Serious support. Madam Salif came to President Bouaka aid at the time, Ambassador Bouaka, to push him over financially, And I mean, Eric, this is open. It's not a secret. Madam Salif supported President Bouaka, 2023. President Bouaka won the election. When President Bouaka won the election, it wasn't always fine between President Bouaka and Madam Salif. You know that. President Bouaka always looked and tells people that, listen, I was a parked car. She didn't use me adequately. The president won the election. He loved Madam Salif. They have a good relationship, but the relationship have a thin line, and everybody know that they have a thin line. They see Madam Salif. The group then I have the party today, and I carry respect to that when we get to him. And Jacob, you know that they expelled Madam Salif from the party. Jacob, you know that. Everything Madam Salif was doing, it was because of love she had for President Bouaka. And she thought that the will of the people should prevail, because the people, they were very adamant that we wanted a change. We tied with George Manawia. Madam Salif is a very, very brilliant, calculated politician. She knew Joseph Bouaka was going to win. So she leaned on the side of President Bouaka. President Bouaka came to power. What happened? When President Bouaka took over, The mistake President Barker made when he took over, people around him make the president, they put that empire, that king, down on him. He didn't reach out.
The emperor is walking naked.
He didn't reach out. They said, Mr. President, the people love you. You know that first 3 to 6 months, you can do anything. And everybody the president brought around, they felt that they had 24 years to go in power. The president is realizing it today. He is realizing it today. They forgot the people. They forgot the people that walk in poo water. Today, I will end on this note because the other good men have to speak. We have a problem in Liberia. Who in the president's ear? Look in the cabinet. Who talking to the president? Look around the president. Who there talking to the president? All these people fighting each other. The government has been fractionalized. The same way before we had the NPFL, the INPFL, the UNOMO K, the UNOMO J, and all these things. The government is fractionalized. Sam Stikwa, thank God he's a chief of staff, he get it on. Kofi Woods, get it on. Molly Kamara, get his own. Everybody doing their own thing. Mr. President just sitting right there. So he asks, is he in control? Do he really know what's happening to the government? Let's speak front to power. Look what the party doing. Listen to the clip.
Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, yeah. Hi, morning. They put money, you are the one collecting it? The chiefs. Yeah. One chief from a town, he asked me who they pay the money to because he don't have the time to come. So I asked him, I will ask, but luckily somebody told me that I should ask you the one that I ask. Oh, yeah. So the time key, how much is 100%? Oh, the time key, primary key, all of them paying the same money? Yeah, too far. How about commissioner? Commissioner paying 10,000, city mayor 10,000, Daniel Commissioner 10,000. We the teachers to be there, we 20,000. Wow. That's what we are coming here. Yeah, man. I won't be party around. Yeah, but you got so nothing for me. I have little contrary view to that. All of the chiefs are members of the party. No, but I have to be to the building of the party. When you were going to have the government in the further out. No, but that party is not a government. After political activity, the government remains. Yeah, sure. The party is not a government. So the way, anyway. As a full member of CDC, if I was invited to this program, I want to come and make my commitment. You know, sir. But for me, the only point of view I have is that's many our people that want to be chief. You work in government, you have to make contribution now. That's the only problem I have. All right.
So we get another part of this, and we'll play. Let me see. Let me not discuss this one. The reason why I play this thing, right, Russell? That's how the Unity Party government. That's the Unity Party government. That we have come too low. We have supported and continue to support President Barker. We have come too low. The chiefs, the elders, the commissioners, they must take money from the party because they got to build party headquarters. It's not about the town, the district. It's not about them doing what? Building future generation leaders in good healthcare, in education, and every good thing. It's about building party headquarters. So the township, small money, you got to go take 10,000 from there. And give it. You don't do it, they will take from there. That's the Unity Party we have come to. Can you imagine?
With respect to
yeah,
that,
I beg you, Brother Patrick, T1 internet going on and off. Let you talk small. I beg you, Chief. Yeah? Go ahead, T.
You know, thank you very much. I'd like to make something clear tonight. In this country, I've been following the politics of the
Can you
can you come back to the mic and increase your volume?
Without hearing you.
Yeah.
Is it better?
Yes.
Do you hear me now?
You're good.
Very good.
Go ahead.
I'm saying that in this country, you know, I got this baby face, so a lot of people think I'm 20 years old. But in this country, I've been following politics for quite some time. My adult children live in this country. I have children in their 30s, late 20s in this country. And everything that happens in this country, it only affects me, it affects them and my grandchildren. If we are not careful, I sat here for over 2 hours and I listened. And to all of the viewers, Spoon is the biggest platform that many Liberians come to get their news because of the measure of the discussion. Very intelligent people come here and they discuss issues of national concern. If we are not careful, time after time, what we will do is we'll be like, for instance, Stanton, my friend, who not too long ago, Joey, I go, then Bwaka go, then next person go. You were leading that song, Stan, the other day. Today, on this biggest platform, we are highlighting the failure of the government, which is rightfully being done because the pocketbook issue, the things that affect people, like people have to decide whether to send their children to school or to send them to the hospital because of minimum income. These things are going on. So we come here, we discuss it every day very well. But for me, if you go right now on Front Page Africa in 2017, or after January 2018, when George Weah took office, I wrote an article titled "The Pair of Dirty Hands," and I refer to the George Weah administration as the administration that had the best opportunity to fix Liberia's problem because we had just transitioned from the war, Madam Salib, all the debt and everything. Things have become stable. My dear friend over there, or Gray, we talked today, not too long. You know, you guys got in charge of this country. This government, as I have come on board to be a part of this government, one thing you will realize, and maybe in the next few weeks, we'll be starting a project in this country. Maybe it'll be titled National Trumpet. I will communicate with this administration and I will be very clear. There are issues going on in this country that are affecting people. The issue of unemployment, the issue of low salary, the issue of high earnings for people who work at the very top. All of these things are affecting people. These are things that I've written about for many years, and I will continue to speak about them. Last night, I never had a chance to talk about why I joined this government, or this party, I'm sorry. I joined this party because I felt like as an up-and-coming politician, as somebody who is developing my own, or the path to my own political future, I needed to find one institution or one political or party to join. And I checked with everybody else. George Weah was here, and then we got CMC, we got all the other guys. I've looked at them. All these people, we say today, if we say Bwaka step down, somebody will sing the same song, we say ANC go. The issue at hand for me is patriotism. Look at the budget, 1.2 something billion. So the issue is not the lack of money. The issue is not the lack of minerals in the ground. The issue is the lack of patriotism, and it has been an HO problem in this country for a very long time. If anybody is thinking that T1 Kifangalo is coming to join the Unity Party to just say, yes, sir, yes, man, yes, sir, you lying. Because like I said last night, I don't need anything from anybody. I've come here to help make this government better. I will communicate with them every week. I will document their flaws. And I will try to communicate with them in private to see if they'll fix it. And if they don't address the things that affect the ordinary people on a daily basis, I will fight with them. Maybe my membership in the Unity Party will be for 2 weeks, maybe for 2 years, for 4 years, for 10 years, who knows? So I just wanted to be very clear and categorical with respect to the reason why I decided to join this party. I see them as the lesser evil. I see that when I used to come to this country, 20 years I spent in the United States. When George Bush was president, every time I come here, I'm going from hotel to hotel, because if today is not Auditor A dying, is Auditor B dying, or Ruth Early husband. People just get missing. At least for God's sake, this is not the Liberia we live in today. We can say that, we can give it to the Unity Party government. Things are becoming stable with respect to the people getting missing, with respect to people dying because they oppose the government. So we hope, they've been there for barely 2 years. So we hope that the next 4 years and change, or 3 years and change that's left, the Bouakai administration will look at the faces of people, or one of the panelists here said it, that you can see the struggles on the faces of the people. Last night I indicated, the vice president said less than 3 weeks ago that a job creation is a problem for them. Why is job creation a problem? I studied economics for less than 2 years in Zaire, and then I transitioned. I'm sorry, Stan, you're saying something?
No, I said let's try to close it up.
Hold on. I'm not hearing Stan.
Should
I go ahead?
You have to get Starlink. Let's close it up.
Let me log out and log back in real quick. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna log.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Vandela, let's hear you. You see you have a question, Vandela. Let's make this our closing round, but let's start with
already he addressed the issue he addressed it already. It's okay.
Okay. So let's do our closing round. It's good to have all of you. We got about 9 more minutes. It's been a beautiful, quiet show. It's raining over here. I don't know why. I hope you are okay at your end. I heard that it's snowing in Minnesota and other places.
It's not snowing in Minnesota.
But you wasn't there this weekend, though. You were here in Pennsylvania, and you visited Aaron Costa. So I'll put your secret up. Great. In the part of Minnesota you are, is it snowing? Great. Conor Gray?
Well, around the Twin Cities, it didn't snow today, but the whole of the end of last
week. Is it snowing now, Conor Gray? That's the question.
Well, is it snowing now? I said it's not today. It's not snowing.
He said it's not today. No, the man want me to put a cigarette outside. He came here, he went there where he probably restart to be great. Leave that one. I will get him. Paul Kennedy, is it snowing or was it snowing at your end in Maryland, the DC airport? So I stick to my snow day. It been a very bad
it's
weather.
It's being heavily raining here. It's raining heavily, but not snowing.
Okay.
That fufu and soup weather. You see, you are in.
I already get my Duga cred. I already get my Duga cred. The Duga cred with the big report like.
Winfred, Russell, you hear the boy talk about 295? That 295, that the route that leaves from Delaware going towards New Jersey Turnpike into New York. He's quite familiar with that area. That 95, that 95, 295 stretch, he always use that as an example.
Okay.
So why you can't have someone order in like the runner?
No, you all have what, like
what's going on in Liberia?
It's okay. We're talking in the chat room.
VP, are you in McGibby? You live in McGibby, right? We're not hearing you. You are muted.
I live in McGibby, but I'm not prepared to talk about McGibby tonight. Let's just conclude. We go.
No. The reason why I asked you, somebody saw you somewhere, and I was arguing with them. I said, "No, VP is in McGibby." They said,
"No, let me say this. No, hey, don't bring that.
Let me finish.
Hey, don't bring that noise tonight. No, let's end this conversation peacefully and we go. Don't bring the nonsense tonight. Please. I'm not looking at 1 2. I'm not 1 2. You ask me to come.
You're really good at living place.
Okay. The thing I love about the show at Karis, when you wake up in the morning, you get different information coming on your phone. Seriously. So then, so man, we beg you don't say now, wait for 2 days to say. I said, but then you're getting the information and I'm away, I can't wait. But guys, it been a wonderful show. We appreciate every one of you. We say thank you for coming. Join us again tomorrow. Let's talk about the issue, like, but we can disagree. The cup can be half full or half empty. Either way. For me, I just want President Barker to wake up and start pushing, firing people. These guys didn't perform 2 years, they will not perform. Probation period in America are 3 months, right? 90 days. Right, Russell? 90 days. After 90 days, the same for a couple
it's 6 months.
6 months? I don't know what kind of job he had. Couldn't agree. Is that 6 months? Now, 90 days, though.
Central has been 90 days forever.
Yeah, we've been 6 months, man. That's 3 months. 3 months.
You must perform
3 months,
90 days.
Yeah.
And then any infraction within that time.
Yeah, but that's the issue. Even your first month.
I'm with government, and we.
But the government is 3 months, not 6 months.
Probation is 90 days, right?
Yeah, 90 days. Even your first month, if you perform well, you go on the floor, you start working. They say, Mag, you are your own probation, but the people can get shot and they put you there. And to tell you the truth, that's the way it is. I don't know about Liberia probation and the whole government. 6 years. Great. Liberia probation
for 6 years.
And in the legislature part at 6 years old. No, but the Senate at 9 years. They'll kick you out. But it's been a good show, guys. You guys can take it away. Let's close. God bless you all, and we're glad that you came here to be part of the show.
Jacob, when you're closing, can you please respond to the question I asked you?
Yeah, everybody close. Let's go, Chief Fubi. Fubi, you go first. You close, Chief.
Yeah, so the good show.
By the way, how long you want to be on Wakaduku for?
Yet.
So you're an expert, right? You're making a lot of money, right?
I'm yet. I'm an expert. Yeah, I'm expert.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, you're not sending DM messages. My boy, I say my birthday.
Yes,
on a serious note, good show. We all know, we can all support the government or disagree with the government, but at the end of the day, we should realize the actual things that are happening on the ground. And once the head of the state can realize that they have issues and they're working towards solving them, we also that support the government, we shouldn't also turn our blind eye and just support blindly. We should acknowledge these issues and hold the government accountable to solve them. Because when the country is doing well, we all will do well. We all will feel the impact positively, because those that even outside of the country, you also feel the negative impact if the country is not doing well, because you will always have the regular phone calls and text messages reaching out to you to help solve some of the problems that could be easily solved on the ground if people were actually doing well. So the government effort to jumpstart the economy is something that they need to focus on. The private sector is something that they need to look into. In the agriculture sector, there are a lot of things you can get from the agriculture sector, a lot of things you can get from the waste sector. So many opportunities are there. We can be knocking on all the doors for all the big companies to come in and looking for the IMF support. We just need to redirect our attention locally, because there are a lot of opportunities we have on the ground, and the government can just, some of the money that they gave to these lawmakers and other guys at the top, redirect some of the money to the private sector and the small, medium enterprises, and find something like $10 or $20 million and pump into those sectors. The one good point that Stability raised the last time with the budget, that $200 million I want to get from ArcelorMittal, driving into a serious agricultural venture for local enterprises, small businesses, small medium enterprises, and pump that money into those sectors and support those people. Give them, have extension workers to work with farmers to generate that fund, so that you have a revolving fund and you have the economy taking a better shape after that. So those are some good examples. You can listen to all the criticism, but sometimes you take some of the good things from those criticisms and use them. At the end of the day, the government takes the credit, and we will not say because the Stability said it, so the government will not get the credit for that. Once the government implements it, the government gets the credit. And so look at some of those things and drive it. So we look forward to seeing, we'll keep holding the government accountable. At the same time, we wish the government well. We'll give the government whatever support that is needed. But at the end of the day, Liberia should do better, because at the end of the day, we all will feel that positive impact if the country is doing well. So we can look at all the CDC guys. That's why Jacob ran away, because nothing good in CDC. So CDC not coming back. Let's focus on driving to the UP government to do better. Thank you.
You're right. For me, anyway, if you keep on looking back, you made a mistake. Like Russell and Paul, they were agreeing. The UP got to look forward. If they focus too much on CDC and opposition political party, they will not succeed. And it's been a very, very bad time for them. They got to do the job the Liberian people asked them to do. They got to get up, brush up, and work. But if they look back, CDC coming? Oh, they coming. Oh, they coming. How far ahead are they coming? They coming. They will run into the wall, and that's what we are experiencing right now. Jacob, and then we'll go to our brother VP. Jacob, let's get you close to me, my brother.
Yeah. Sure, yeah, it's been a good show. So like Russell question about, tapping into experience and connections and understanding that people like Mr. Cummings have accumulated over the years in business, his credential, including Mr. Musa ability. Yes, I think the government should endeavor to tap into the creative skills and talents of all Liberians. It should not matter whether somebody is in your political party or is in the UP or not. I have my own criticism of Ellen, but one great characteristic Ellen possessed, she was a great talent hunter. She did good work with that, and she did well to at least minimize the party thing. Now, she tried to take care of her party people, yes, but she tried to rise above, these kind of differences among them between parties. To the extent that even Ambassador Weah, who was an opposition leader, worked in Ellen government, he was peace ambassador. She brought him, gave him a budget over $1 million, and said, look, come make contribution to the peace. So, we should try to do that. And for me, I see some of that in Mr. Ability, his willingness to help, and he's kind of an open person for trying to bring people from all sides. He tried to do that in a political party. The government should also endeavor to do that. And
have you seen it in Joseph Boakai?
No, I that's not, for me, that's my disappointment. I think I've not seen that. I think the Unity Party thing, I think they're too occupied, with the UP thing, with the UP people who want brought Boakai to power and all that kinds of thing. And I think the Ambassador Boakai is getting a little bit trapped in that, and he should, I think, rise above that, because the party people come with their exuberance. Some of them worry about maintaining government job for the next 12 years, all that thing. But all that thing is so irrelevant. We should not be bothered about that. If we have power, let's deliver the goods that we want to deliver in the time we're given, and then probably move on to other things after 6 years. But make sure you focus on that. So, but if you get too narrow vision, tunnel vision about the next election in 2029, it will undermine your ability to open your vision, to expand your vision, to bring other people on board. Mr. Cummings, Musa, and I see some attempt being made by other people in the party to cripple Musa's business because they disagree politically. That's so wrong. We should not do that. We should make sure that we make more and more Liberian businesses to prosper, expand the knowledge to other Liberian businesses, and make sure that we're able to make our country to prosper. We should transcend narrow political boundaries, UP, CDC, CMC, especially when it comes to trying to deliver for the country. And I think that's so important if we want to transform it. And I think President Boakai, in the coming year, 2 years has gone already, we're coming to the new year, I think you need to break free, from all these sycophantic UP people trying to, control theft. You should rise above that and say, look, we've had that for 2 years. Now we need to move forward. We need to open up ourselves, bring Liberians from all over, whether in UP or not UP, it should be irrelevant. We need to deliver for the country. Otherwise, if the country does not work, if we don't succeed, we all will feel the weight Yeah, to be honest.
Thank you very much, man. Jacob, it's good having you. Thanks. Vandana Patrick?
Yes, so it was a very good show. Thank you to everyone. But I saw with reference to this job creation issue, it's an issue that we all agree that the government needs to improve. But tonight I saw, a missed opportunity on the side of my friends. There's this debate that people in the opposition, they are creating jobs, using it as a trump card to advance, their political, bid for 2029. But we sit on the same platform and everybody say no jobs are being created. So you undermine the very credibility of your standard bearers who are saying they have been creating jobs. So coming here tonight to say jobs are not being created, even in the private sector, where your standard bearers have boasted that they are creating jobs, it undermines their credibility. And I think sometimes we have to be very careful. I still maintain jobs should be created, especially young people, because if the jobs are not created, it's a national threat to our country. So this thing is not just about government. It's about people both in the public and private sector. And I want to encourage the Ministry of Labor. No country will address the issue of unemployment if you don't have data or statistics. Moving forward, maybe 2026, we need to get data from all public and private institutions. Those you hire, both in the informal and informal sector. I think people are available to do the job. Like Jacob Jala said, tap on the talents of certain individuals. You see, CEO, sometimes most leaders in Africa, not just Liberia, they don't use data to make decisions. So some decisions are driven based on, personal feelings. See people working, we got to do this. In order to make a sound and informed decision, you have to have data. And this is where maybe in the coming year, government should invest more in data collection. They have a lot of research institutions. Yeah, invest in them, let them collect data. It will help you to make decisions. On the issue of the admittance that things are high, the president and the vice president, for me, I don't see it as a problem. I will see it as a problem now that they have admitted that there is high degree of youth unemployment, that in this coming year, if they don't do anything to address it, then there is a problem. We need to look in that direction. Secondly, CEO, this current budget, what really inspired me about this budget is that a significant emphasis was made on our domestic revenue. And if we continue on this path, there will come a time in this country, Liberians will be very proud to say, when there is a weakness in donor aid, we must survive. All we need to do is to ensure that individuals who are supposed to contribute to national budget, people who are supposed to pay their duly, legislated taxes, once all these sectors contribute, including the extractive industries, where our golds and diamonds are being mined, because what I have noticed, and what our fear is that there is too much understatement of the revenue generated by those mining companies in the extractive industries. The government of Liberia needs to develop a strategy to ensure what they are reporting is the actual truth. If possible, somebody can collect $2 billion or $300 million and tell you, say, I just generated, $150 million. We need to go beyond that. If we checkmate these extractive industry, those companies, we know how much they generate every year, we'll be able to generate a lot of revenue through their taxes. But again, it was a very good show. But let us be very mindful of our opinion. When our express opinion do not agree with people, let people not say, oh, we're against the opposition or we're for the other people. Especially to my brother in the CDC. We supported you before. We gave you pieces of advice. I'm one of those that used to recommend, but some people say we're not clear. Because we're not clear, we kept quiet. So I'm always in a position to offer pieces of suggestion. It level you to take it or not. sometimes really on Facebook. You take it or not. But one thing I know, Liberians are not stupid. They know good and they know bad. Thank you.
Brother Patrick, thank you very much. Kono Era Migre.
Yes, gentlemen, my internet is flopping. I'm not sure why, but hopefully I'm being heard. You know, one thing I know, I've known Stanton for many years. One thing I know, you will not lay your privacy with him and you don't share it. He's a very generous guy. So when he tells me some of the issues he don't share because of national security, baloney, I don't buy it. Any information Stanton has not shared is the one he doesn't have. It's a prospect. Okay. So that's who I know. And to Russell,
a wise man changes.
Okay, I agree. And Winfred, to your point, you know, the two men you refer to as people should revert to them and ask for their opinion. It's a very good idea. It's a laudable idea. But those people have an agenda to win the presidency. I will not wait for the president to call me. I'll create that environment to start hiring people and earn their loyalty from that point, which I'm sure some of these individuals are already doing. Because, you know, the ability to create jobs in the system is does not only lie on the president. It actually lies on individuals who have ambition and to be able to improve the well-being of the citizenry. And those two individuals do have that obligation to be able to create jobs and invite some of those people and earn their loyalty based on employment. And, you know, going forward, if somebody can even see a government that is in power today extending jobs to people who are not part of any political party, that by extension, you know, of that thought, because the lack of Kanye Bala, some people even pointing at us that government can be appointed, Vandala, Patrick, that kind of government you cannot say is selfish. You know, go back to the last 6 years. You have to wear some color cap with beret, with something stick onto it. You can be the wisest man from heaven. You will not get hired until you associate with that political party at that level. So I see a grain of salt and something else. The fact about the matter is, if you can even think about this government, likes of Fangon, all these people, they are in government today. How can you not say the government is not open up? But I see some heavy lineage towards tribal affiliation. I mean, must come from some certain place, you know, region of Lofa and so on and so. Yeah, that exists. But I think President Barker is an institutional person, in my opinion, just as how most seditionists were institutional person or people. You know, the fact is they hold loyalty more to their party. Is there anything wrong with that? Then you must go back and look at the last 6 years. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why people exist. Madam Salif and President Barker are two different individuals. Madame was expelled because they felt she was not an institutional person. She was there more about herself. For this, there are other individuals who have struggled. When you come to power, not to speak on both sides of the aisle, when you come to power, of course, those who help you necessarily they don't have to come from your party. It could come from a larger society. If they help you, politics is interest. You reward them. That's why I don't buy the idea when some people run around a rumor that Stanton wanted certain things. My question is, so what? That's politics. You know, what I would say here is, hope some people have learned a lesson. And when you come to power through the effort of others, don't just look at it as a party thing. My party helped me to come to power, so party mandate. If you can get out of that circle, that box, you run a very beautiful government, like Madam Salif did. I mean, that's the contradiction I would say. But then it comes to its own repercussion. They will expel you if you think that way. And look, that's the fear of President Barker right now. But I think it will overcome that hurdle eventually. And going forward, probably, who knows, 3-4 years from, because you have to bring expert in your circle to be able to improve your legacy. There will come a time it will not be party mandate anymore, it will be your legacy. That's why past presidents have not been able to decipher or distinguish their legacy versus party mandate. Some people lean too much to the party. Stanton, beautiful show.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. It's good to have you. Take one break, then we'll go to Akaris Gray. T, are you with us now? Can you hear us? You get close, T.
I can hear you, Stan. Do you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Do your closing, please.
I apologize again for the back and forth of my internet. I'll fix it next time. The show is always empowering, and that's why a lot of Liberian people are always turning 3-4 hours to monitor the show all through. People come here every time to listen, and they learn a lot. Even the panelists here, they learn from each other a lot. So I think the show was amazing. I just want to close quickly, finishing what I was trying to say earlier, that it is okay to be in opposition. It is okay to support the party of your choice. But it is a constitutional, maybe a legal or professional requirement on every Liberian citizen to be patriotic. We are supposed to be patriotic. We are supposed to be objective. And for those who will follow my work, as I have become a part of this party, you will see that I will be very objective. Tonight here, I said that empowerment for Liberian people, or job creation, or low wages for or head of household, these are serious concerns. And last night I mentioned that until those concerns are addressed, T1 will not pursue. Everybody is laughing at me, Gravy. After we got up the show, you were texting, laughing at me. Man, we laughed at you last night. That's okay. What we have to do, everybody here, all of the guys on here, you guys are very professional people. Many of the persons that are listening are professional people. Let us remember to be patriotic. It is okay to disagree with the side that you belong to. I will be disagreeing a lot with this Unity Party government when I see the need to disagree. In my last few seconds, I will say that I mentioned last night that the only thing that will be different about me being a part of the Unity Party government is that my hope will be that now I will have their ear. But every week, they will hear from me. I will write something. And when I keep writing, I don't hear anything, then I will post it for everybody to see. If it's something where I feel like the government has violated the law, I can go to court. Tomorrow morning, go to the Supreme Court, ask my record there, see how many times I've won government, national government in court cases. I don't talk about it a lot because I don't do it to gain any type of prize from it. But again, other people got to close, and it's been a long time on here. The show was great. I hope to someday in the future, Stanton will give me at least 20 minutes to be able to really make my case. I've not completed that yet, but I enjoy being with all of you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you specifically to you, Stanton. The only guys in this country that I equate you with would be Mike and Colley and a couple other guys who are contributing to this country in tremendous ways. You fear nothing. You say the truth. Some days you are criticizing CDC. Some days you are criticizing the Unity Party government. You speak truth to power, and so do the rest of the guys. Only two guys here don't speak truth to power. I would not call that name. Thank you.
If your internet is still strong, we'd love to hear the name. Who are the two guys? Before Gray, Akaris Gray come in. Who are the two guys, man? We can't leave. You can't do this to us and we go to bed in peace. Who are the two guys?
Somebody. Okay, you want me to say Gray? I don't know, man. You want me to say Akaris Gray, but and then this guy who did you on the show on Sunday. He left the show. He came back. Oh my God.
Who, Kanye?
No, not Kanye. No, the guy who he be on one.
Kev.
I don't expect.
You say Jefferson Chesson, that Jefferson. Yeah. All right. I saw Akaris, the man. We can't do it.
Yeah, Akaris, don't get. That's how I feel, man.
Respect his little opinion. Yeah. No, I say we respect his little opinion. You know, to even sit and say that he was sleeping in hotels or being up 4 a.m. in the morning along with me, passing from one nightclub to another nightclub. It's sad. Okay, it's very sad in the country history. To be very frank with you, when people like this speak and you think that the Holy Ghost have caught them, unfortunately, there's a satanic spirit. But having said that, look, the hallmark of an educated man will be to sit and have a sober reflection after 2 years of governance. The praise singers will keep praising him, and the sloganers that will chant, that will sing even in the midst of devastation. That Badak Bob, even when the Americans entered Badak and Iraq was being engulfed, he was still talking about the Iraqis, Republican guys are fighting. They are catching the Americans. That's what the surrogates of the Unity Party would do, and the job seekers will do at the detriment and survivability of the state. And they call themselves patriots. They call themselves nationalists. Do I want to be a patriot of such? I will never be a patriot of such. Never ever in the history of my existence. Look at the governance structure of our country. What has been rescued? President Boyka has rescued himself. $10 million retirement home. That rescued by itself. Riding 2 Lexus bulletproof vehicles. That rescue. Wearing a $500,000 Rolex. That rescue. Changing his entire physical morphology, like Remy would say, doing a measurement on the basis of transition, because that's the argument of Mr. Gray when it comes to transition in life. What has been rescued in this country? Economic vampires who took power. That is the rescue. You said something very important, Stanton. You said the government is factionalized. That's the most selected terminology. Factionalized at the detriment and survival of the masses. A government that is more concerned about constructing shanty headquarters and putting the money to budgetary appropriation and trying to request appointed government officials ranging from town chiefs to commissioners, to superintendents, to district commissioners to make payments for the construction of local headquarters, while the masses on the pavement are hungry. The bread and butter issue has not been addressed. While the people are out of job, the zest the Unity Party government is putting into the construction of headquarters, if they just put 50% of that zest into creating job opportunities for Liberians, bravo, I will vote for the Unity Party-led administration in 2029. Look at what they are doing from county to county, from programs to programs, talking about headquarters construction. Is that what the Liberian people will eat? Is that why we send the children to school? Is that what will take care of the health delivery system of our country? The president has reached a point that he's confessing. He's talking small. You know, there's a song on the pavement that says he's talking small. He's talking small. The vice president has admitted unemployment is massive. The president himself has admitted to that. He's talking about no follow-up. Is there a loss of memory after paying or tenure officials? And then you say the LSC is wasting time to prosecute them. You pay them for corrupting the country. What's the sincere and genuine fight against corruption that we're talking about? Many persons have come to realize that it's a grab and go government they're operating now. Even Wanake want to go and grab and go. That's why he's there for. Remy want to grab and go. They all want to grab and go. These are the most unpatriotic characters in the history of the country who are praise singers. Even when the belly go that is sweating, but you cannot see the sweat coming up. It's speaking that times are hard. The economy is devastating. Somebody talking that they're creating more employment opportunity.
Where is this country heading when some of the most sophisticated intellectuals who call themselves educated people, so educated, got some of the greatest Western education, are still praising at the detriment and survival of the economy of the country? Somebody said the economy was in the separate thing. Now the Camel bus, it flush it on the sidewalks. We're smelling it. Go to Raritan Market, go to Jabatan Market. Pass around the country. The level of poverty and hardship in the country is unprecedented. Even before Prince Johnson died, he on a video, he on a voice recording, he publicly said on the pulpit, he said the guys are greedy and they are mean. The country is high. Never in the history of this country under a democratically elected government that the level of hardship that we are experiencing of such. The length of experience that came to power has failed the state. The objective of the government is to rescue the state. The state has not been rescued. The officials, especially the appointed officials, have been rescued. The partisans who walk in the physical water at ATS that fateful day, they are beggars on the pavement of Liberia. And somebody say it was better. It better now. It was, by all analysis, reports show that there are tortures, massive unemployment than ever in the history of the country. The state is retrogressing to a greater extent. And the president is talking about national security issues. Because unemployment is a natural threat to national security. We all know that. We're not making our stories yet. But who are the sloganers? Who are the press singers? Who are the Zekwe boss running the PR around the country? When you tell somebody, they insult your mother, they insult your father, they insult Stanton, they insult Akaros Gray, they insult people on Spoon, they open their own platform. Is that how we're going to run the country? No respect. The president said there's no respect. The children can respect people, but ministers can be insulting other people, but you cannot dismiss them. He claps for them. Who are the faces of the investment climate of the country? You made one ambassador. You made the other one ambassador for investment. The entire country. You saw the country. You fly into a Nigerian man again to sell the country, the oil black resources of our country. The country is being bastardized and sold. That's what Liberia is. The guys need to be rescued. That is the reality of the country. And people sit here and talking blah, blah, blah. That, oh, you know, in honor we are time. It's good that we are is the center of discussion. It's very important for the CDC. That we are the center of gravity for the discussion. Unity Party sleep, that CDC. They wake up, that CDC. They eat. The same thing with the surrogate. Everything CDC.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else left to close?
Yeah, I'm not close.
Please go ahead, Paul Kennedy. Great man, thank you very much. Paul?
Yeah, thank you. I think it was a good show and always sharing.
I gotta go to bed. Bye.
Always sharing this platform with great men and other patriots. Comrade Fangalo just really emphasized on that word, and many days we sit here for 3-4 hours, all because of the common law we have for Liberia. You know, call it what you may. You know, listen to people's opinion across this platform. I think we all have one thing in common. Our focus, our empathy, our desire is to see a better Liberia where we all go to, you know, to live and enjoy ourselves. But Stanton, to see that Liberia will need a decisive and a transformative leadership. I mean, a leadership that will actually mean well. And if you know, I share with a couple of you in the chat room. If you go on my page, you're going to see it. I propose the 2149 solutions. Stanton, without that 2149 solution, Liberia will not get far. The country has an imperial presidency. When one person has all the power to do a lot, the tendency is, even if that person has a good heart, the associate of that person, if they are corrupt, that corruption would negatively reflect on that person. Because the Liberian presidency is so powerful, even the president's brother, sister, son is powerful by extension. And to curtail that, to reduce that, the legislature has to step up to do its work. And in my 2149 solution, it proposes how that legislature will be. But let me speak to the issues that we see around. There are a lot of unemployment. The World Bank is saying 18% of formal employment. Everything else is informal. We have massive labor underutilization. You have capacity of young people running around the country that we're really not using. Just last week, I was working around. I went to meet with some colleagues of mine at a few universities here. We're talking about tourism. You really cannot see people who got degree and capacity in hospitality in Liberia. To begin to talk about expanding the tourism industry, you need to build the people capacity to manage tourism in Liberia. So, we're talking to universities to see whether they can offer scholarship for people to do some training, whether it's in Liberia, they're going to do it, or whether they'll bring selected. My argument is extend the opportunity to Liberia so you can have more people doing it versus going to bring 10 to 15 persons here. So we are, pleading to them, whatever they offer us, we'll have to take. But our recommendation is that these higher institutions of learning will extend the opportunity into working with universities and colleges in Liberia to do some training in tourism, environmental, climate change, and all that stuff. Stanton, at this point, the optics are not good for the Unity Party. When you have this level of unemployment and then you're collecting money to build party headquarters instead of, actually driving foreign direct investment, creating job opportunities, it sends a bad signal. It seems like the 2.9 million, why you want to put 2.9 million in building party headquarters now, as compared to driving some of the industry and building capacity to create jobs. And I will quote Dr. Moniba, my party leader, somebody I dearly respect. He said Liberia is too rich for the people to be poor. And he spoke particularly about the current budget. He said 9 million to JFK, while 15 million go to the legislature, 30 million for agriculture, while 200 million go to rice importation, 10 million go to 15 colleges, while 11 million go to the 6 political leaders, from the president, vice president, and so forth. And then he finally said, it is time for the budget to serve the people. It is not only Dr. Moniba that is saying this. A lot of us are saying the same. You can't have the president and vice president making more money than all of the 15 countries put together. All of the 15 countries get 2.5 million, while these 6 offices get 11 million. Does it make sense to anybody? So we need to come back to look at rethink Liberia's progress and how it moves forward. And the only people who can really make the president to do that are those guys who are in the legislature. But again, if their hands are all into the cookies jar, it is not going to be, they're not going to have the transparency, they're not going to have the credibility to even guide the presidency in doing the right thing. So my 2149 solution is to make sure we are able to bring 21 persons in the Senate and 49 persons in the House of Rep, give them the supermajority to hold the presidency accountable. In the absence of that, you can bring anybody, you make them president, eventually the person will get corrupted because the presidency has the imperialist power in Liberia. I think it was a good show. Let's continue to advocate on behalf of the people who need the advocacy. Let's bring development to our country, but we need the government to enable these things, and before it works. I see a couple of people talking about Paul Kennedy, all the things you're talking about. When you give your passport, the diplomatic passport and envoy title to people, Paul Kennedy as an ordinary person cannot negotiate on behalf of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We're going to bring in Russell. Russell, you're the last to go.
Thank you, Stanton. I will use my few minutes here to say hello to all of the people listening and watching in Upper Caldwell, Montserrat County, Flumpa, Nimba County, Flela, Bone County, Harper, Maryland County, and Clay, Bowman County. My closing, I will focus on the Monrovia Central Prison. We've talked about this before. I talked about the appalling conditions within the facility there, inadequate food, disease outbreaks, the lack of proper medical care, I mean, which has exacerbated the suffering of the inmates there. These individuals, many of them are awaiting trial or sentencing for like minor cases, not any major, cases, but they are languishing there in not only poverty, but diseases and a lot of issues. They are neglected. They're some of the most neglected and suffering Liberians that we have out there. And we need to focus on them. Their situation obviously reflects a deep humanitarian concern and a violation of their basic human rights. So even though they are prisoners, they have rights. So there's an urgent need for immediate intervention from the government, civil society groups, humanitarian organizations, and the international community. I'm calling on all of them to step in to try to help the appalling condition at the Monrovia Central Prison. It's a prison that was built for 300 inmates. They have over 1,500 inmates there. They have to sleep in shifts. I mean, it's deplorable. So restoring the dignity and the hope to inmates at the Monrovia Central Prison is a moral obligation for all of us. I think this is something that the government needs to, to be focused on. It's a national duty. I think immediate action is needed to save the life of these folks there and uphold the values of justice and humanity within our correctional system in Liberia. And finally, I would like to recommend to President Boakai and the Unity Party to reach out to the likes of Mr. Alexander Cummings and Mr. Musa Hassan Bility. They are two, I mean, there are a lot of other people around, right?
So what to them? What you want the party? Because your question was to, anyone try to answer that question will get themselves in a situation. You want Unity Party to reach out to Musa Bility to say what? To do what?
So my recommendation, my suggestion is that we're in dire straits in the country. We all talk, and we started this show by talking about the absence and the lack of jobs in the country. We need some innovative Liberians with the experience and the skill set to help suggest or recommend to this government or help this government to create jobs. The strategy around creating jobs. Uncle Sam is one of them. So there are a lot of people around. So not just these two folks. I mean, Mr. Jalan talked about
you, and I will use my few seconds to walk into your conversation in closing. It would be a unique thing to do. But when you have a president since he took over 2 years, you have never had something people would do around, that presidential conversation with opposition of former President George Weah, Madam Sedi, bring them together, let's discuss issue. You know that in this country, they give these people national security information. They tell them with even limitation, but they come together to sit and talk. In Ghana, the Ghanaians, they such things happen. We are talking about in Liberia, in Nigeria, other places. That President Boakai is in a bubble because he cannot pick up the phone to even call Mr. Cummings and say, hey, Alex, since after the election, let's cash out. And
that's wrong, Senator. And so
I know it's wrong, but President
so what I'm suggesting is that we're on this powerful platform, and I'm suggesting that we try to sing that song and drive home this notion that it cannot be business as usual. The people are suffering. Let's find a different way. And one of the ways that I am suggesting,
the people President Boakai depended on to find that different way was your finance minister. After Boima Kamara left, he's a failure. I will say that again. And I'm not going to go back in the executive mansion. You know, all the people that just did it agree with Secret, right? You created this issue of enemy line issue. You know, they are not Liberians. We don't want to talk to them. We empower now. And people will go back and say, maybe CDC did it. But at CDC, they are in the rearview mirror. We talk about moving forward, all right? And you don't want to, you make these people to be your enemies. And these are the people that know how to create. I like when you say Mr. Cummings. Have they offered him something? Have they spoken to him? Have they tapped into his ideas and say what would be better? Say what you want to say about Musa Belete. You take away the telefasting from Musa Belete, there's a way to do it. It's true that Musa Belete were eating telefasting and on the channel Young Tank, right? Call him on the table and talk to him because he had people that were working with him. What becomes of those people? Musa say, you go sit down and get job for you. Not only Musa. Look at Ure. Are you hearing about Bernard Ure? Say what you want to say about Ure. Ure supported the old man. Ure is part of the Lone Star. They're hiring a lot of business in that direction. Okay? I mean, the puppet vision to call people, business men and women in the country, to that conference and sit with them and ask them, what's the problem? You sit with them. You bring them in front of the camera. How can we fix this inflation in the country? You give it to Jeremiah Kuhn. Nobody had nothing about it again. You know,
yeah, we need to bring together at least if they don't have some sort of job creation tax force.
The government is like it. It's like everybody doing their own thing, and the president just like nothing. Just the president just like what's happening? He's in La La Land, utopia, but the utopia is for but 4 more years. Then what?
Stanton, a leader is a reflection of the people around them. If they are advising the president, what a leader is always the reflection of the people, the immediate people around them. If this president has advisors and entourage and envoys around him who are looking forward to the progress of the country, I'm sure they're going to be telling him some of these things.
Why the president can fire them?
Well, because he may not know.
He may not. Are you serious?
As the president,
you say he may not know. You want to tell us that the president he may not know? Are you serious? Man, we gotta close the show. Nelson gotta go home. Thank you guys. Thank you, Winfred Russell.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Jacob. Thanks.
Jacob. It's good having you guys on. Y'all have a good night. The mentor, the president may not know. Do you not know? When I made you president, then you will not know. You better know. 4 years not far away. 4 years not far away.
The president will do well.
He has no choice, right?
Did you listen? Did you read what Kiatema posted?
Yes.
Take it or leave it. The people will express
a lot of consultation with people, and they are not feeling well about.
They will express anger because you know why? When the people wake up in the morning, they see nothing. And I don't want us to say, but CDC is in the past.
No, but I don't talk about CDC. Now. We should be looking at the future. What happened ahead?
Let's try to grade these ministers. We beat on Sarah Bessler Yanti here, and we'll talk about them tomorrow. We'll grade them. But Sarah Bessler Yanti, she's trying.
Yeah, she's doing her best.
She have improved. Say what you want to say. She have improved. But then who else we can talk about here? You want kind of call up finance minister and say that soup president, that soup leader. You bring that Jack.
Is that who we can talk about? We can talk about my boy Greg. Greg is doing well. Look
who Greg? Greg Coleman?
Greg Coleman, yeah.
Greg Coleman is
doing very well.
Let's talk about them tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's start ready to talk about that. We'll take these ministries and
Sarah is doing well.
Well, I'm not going to say because they are friends, and I will hold my peace on Greg. I will hold my peace on Greg.
I mean, you try to spot a friendship now.
No, I can spot a friendship between you.
My man, you can't call the French here. You can't call anything.
Right?
Look at the kind of interconnection Greg is bringing to the country.
But give me a chance. Brother, give me that chance. We can have this all night, but Nelson got to go.
All right.
I can stand on my own on this one. You can dance around with the Greg story, my man. Greg has his issue. Greg can do better. He's not there yet. The problem in this government, show me one minister. And I got few I can show you that they are doing exceptionally well with the limited resources they are trying. I know, I can show you some of them. And I will put a picture up and talk about them tomorrow. As a matter of fact, we will take 5 to discuss tomorrow. Give me your 5, give me your best 5. And I will give you my best 5 in the chat room. And let's discuss about them. They all sat in front of the president today in the cabinet meeting. They are failures, most of them. They are hustlers. If President Bouaga will continue with them as we go to the year end, his government are coming back. They can build 1,000 apartheid headquarters. The people will reject them. And you will have mosquito living in those party headquarters with squirrels and rabbits and snake. I'm telling you, it will happen. The people are getting angry with the government, and the government stay in that mindset that we just won election yesterday. The people are angry. The Liberian people are mad. International front, Liberia and the diaspora, they are frustrated. It's disappointing. You go get advisors getting mansions, they are building homes and building hotels. And is this what the people settled for? For you to come and do more than what CDC did? Then when we told you, say, look at CDC. If you compare yourself with a failure, you are a failure. If you say CDC is a failure, and you compare yourself with CDC, you are a failure. Show me the new Bouaga, and I will show you a better nation. Show me a new JMB. I will show you the president that will remind us every day. Let's think Liberia. Let's love Liberia, and together mean the ANC, Mr. Cummings. Together, the George Manawia. Together, the Musa Belete. Together, the Benda Yuri. Together, the Lucini Kamara. That's the together the president was talking about. Together, we'll build a beautiful Liberia. That's the together. But we are not together. We are not building a beautiful Liberia. We are building a corrupt Liberia. We are building a Liberia that any one of the B mountain can come and say, Mr. President, take our private jet. He agreed. We are building a Liberia that should be all about us and us alone. That's not a new Liberia. You guys, you have a good night, good morning, where you joining us from. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow by God's grace, man. Nelson, like I said, you're going to ring mightily, blow the whistle, sound the trumpet. I know I can just recalibrate yours because I'm looking at the sheet right now, the total of everything, Nelson. I don't think it's going to ring on you, my brother. I'm looking at this here and I'm looking good, Nelson. And I'm looking good for you.
It will look good. The features will change.
Oh, so you got a bright future. Bye-bye, Nelson. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, folks, we want to say thank you for being here with us tonight. It's been a good show. Thanks to all of you who called in, who just played the listening role. We appreciate you. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another edition of Spoon Talk. Until then, I'm Nelson Colette. Thanks for joining us. Philip Bala, I see you here. Thank you for joining us. My Janet Son, we appreciate you. You're joining us from Somalia. Lincoln Morris, thank you for being here tonight. And thanks to all of you who share the show as well. Till we come back, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. It's Special One. The CEO is stand coming with the spoon. And your boy right at the South Bend.